Good morning. We're going to start off this morning with the invocation by Pastor Jean Carlsward of the Crossings Mayfair Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Oklahoma Pledge at the request of Abby Stewart, Girl Scout Troop 2313. Please rise as you are able.
Thank you. This is quite the honor. If you would join me all in prayer. Heavenly Father, gracious and loving God, we come before you today humbled and grateful for the opportunity to gather as a community. We thank you for our city leaders, the men and women who have taken on the noble responsibility of guiding and stewarding the city. We recognize the weight of their duties and ask for your wisdom, which comes from above, to be poured over their hearts and their minds as they lead. Father, we ask for compassion for our community, for our leaders, that they may always seek to serve with a spirit of empathy and care. In the face of differing opinions, may there be a desire for unity that acknowledges and respects our differences. Let truth always be spoken in love, and may our leaders approach each issue with a heart of curiosity, seeking understanding rather than judgment. We value them, Father, and at times we may even offer admonishment. But we pray that it is always with the hope of a fostering growth and discernment, as the Apostle Paul once encouraged Timothy in Ephesus. May our leaders here today remember the aim of our charge is love that issues from a pure heart, a good conscience, and a sincere faith. I pray that this same love and purity of heart and sincere faith would trust and would be placed as a foundation above all their decisions today. Father, as they lead our city, may they draw near to you, as your word promises us in James, that when we draw near to you, you will draw near to us. May your presence be felt in their work, and may your hand guide them in every step. Bless them, Father. Make your face to shine upon them. May their efforts be a blessing to our city, and may that continue into a spirit of unity, compassion, and justice multiply across the state, for our nation, and throughout the world. For with you, nothing is impossible. We ask these things in the name of Jesus, whom you've placed above all things, that he may advocate before you now on our behalf through prayer, we pray. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of Oklahoma. Its symbols of peace unite all people.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Abby. We certainly appreciate you being here today. Next up is we will call this meeting to order. First item up is going to be from the Office of the Mayor, will be the notification for Councilmember Stonecipher to assume the role of Vice Mayor for a 6-month period beginning October 13th. If I could get a motion. And the item passes. Moving on to, there are no items from council, so moving on to item 5, City Manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We have several items that are on here. The only item that I was going to speak to is just looking at the sales tax report. We do have our annual performance report and the council priority report that has performance measures within that as well. Those reports are in there. If there's any questions you have or anything you'd like us to follow up with staff, we're glad to do that. On the sales tax, we do see our trend continuing, that we've seen sales and use tax declining. It's been a little bit up and down. We've been on this continuing trend of decline right now. We're down $3 million between sales and use tax in the general fund. We're $3 million below our targets, below our budget. So something we're definitely monitoring closely. October check, we've got preliminary numbers on that, and the numbers are not good. And so we're just monitoring all this, keeping an eye on it, but it's definitely something that if this continues the trend, you know, Russell Evans, our economist, had told us the first half of the year we would see slower growth or decline, and then in the second half of the year we should see that rebound. We're staying in contact with him, communicating on this, still believe that we're in a good place with this. We had projected 2% growth, and year to date we're about 2% below target on sales tax. So just something we've got to keep an eye on and monitor to see if we need to make any adjustments in the year. But right now I feel like we're still in a good position. We'll keep monitoring that. We'll report back to the council and keep an eye on that. And that's all the items that I have.
Thank you. Next up, general council proceedings. We can take one vote for items A and B. And that passes. Moving on to the request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we have a few items on today, starting on page 19 with item 11S1, unsecured structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item C, 4717 Fawn Run Drive, the owner has secured. Item G, 4901 South Walker Avenue, the owner has secured. And item J, 1416 Northwest 30th Street, the owner has secured. On abandoned buildings, continuing on page 19, 11T1. There's two items to strike from the agenda. They're also on the previous list, and so they're stricken for the same purposes. Item A, 4717 Fawn Run Drive, and then item F, 1416 Northwest 30th Street.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move to item 8A, the revocable permit with the Riversport Foundation for the Holiday River Parade. And we have Tricia Downey signed up to tell us a little bit more about it.
Good morning. I'm Tricia Downey. I'm the National Events Manager at Riversport. I have two things on the docket, so I'm going to address them both, if that's okay. The first is the Holiday River Parade, which is the annual parade where we have floats on the river with lights and just a really exciting atmosphere. Saturday, November 16th. The event features pre-show activities at about 6:30. I can't confirm all of them, but we did get a giant nutcracker person on stilts and other kind of festive, fun things that I've never seen before. So I'm looking forward to that part. About 7 o'clock, we have our water skiing elves, which do a spectacular performance. They also have one of those tube things that shoots guys up in the air with water. I just can't wait to see it. That's really fun. Followed by the boats, which is always fun. The Oklahoma River Cruiser always takes part and has our Grand Marshal, so that's about 7:45. And the finale will be fireworks. Well, after the boats leave the water, of course, we have fireworks and a laser show. And that's the super exciting thing. Last year we had about 6,000 people come from the city here, so it's quite the extravaganza, and we hope you can all attend. And if you want to put in a float, just give me a call and I'll make sure that we got a boat for you to decorate. The other event on my docket is the YRL Fall 2024. Part of Riversport's mission is to provide opportunities for youth who may not otherwise have a chance to be part of a sport. And Riversport's Youth Rowing League gives Oklahoma City middle schoolers and high schoolers an opportunity to be part of a team. The schools only have to provide a chaperone, someone who can communicate, and Riversport provides the training, the coaches, the boats, the time on the water, all the equipment. And this year's participating schools are ASTEC Charter School, Boys and Girls Club of Metro OKC Schools, Cristo Rey High School, Mid-Del Schools, which is a combination of Del City, Midwest City, and Carl Albert, Mission Academy, Oklahoma School of Science and Mathematics, Southeast High School and Middle School, St. John Bosco Institute, Mustang Area Rowing Club, High School and Middle School, Santa Fe South, Putnam Heights, John Rex Middle School. So any Oklahoma school metro area is welcome to join. It is free for 90% Title I schools, and of the schools I mentioned, only 5 are actually paying. We expect about 150 young athletes to bring an additional 300 spectators and friends and family. It's quite the scene. If you really want to see the hard work of kids who aren't going to make the basketball team or don't have time to do baseball 24/7, this is really the thing you should come and watch. It's particularly my favorite because the kids are beaming with pride, parents are coming, brothers and sisters, older brothers and sisters come, grandparents, they're just smiling all the way. So it really is the best feeling. There's no fee for admissions, so if you want to attend this one, it starts at 3 o'clock on November 9th. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Downey. Councilwoman Nice, both of these are in your ward. We're on item A, though, the holiday parade. And I just want to say real quick, if you haven't seen the skiing elves, it's worth the trip. It's worth the trip. They're pretty entertaining at that holiday parade. So
I would agree, and I don't think I've ever seen a Santa up in the air with a jet, water jet. So I think that's very exciting as well. And I figured with you being up here that it was something happening at Riversport. So very excited to support the Holiday River Parade, and I do also hope everyone will just come experience that if you haven't before, and supporting our youth. So with that, I will move for approval.
And the item passes, and we can take up item B now as well.
And I'll move for approval of that as well.
And the item passes. Next up is item C, the revocable right-of-way use permit with the Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership to hold Brick or Treat October 28th. We have Patrick Sullivan signed up to tell us more.
Hi, thank you for having me, Council. I'm Patrick Sullivan with Downtown OKC, the District Manager of Bricktown. I'm here to tell you about Brick or Treat on Bricktown's premier Halloween event. On Monday, October 28th, from 4 to 7, parents and guardians are invited to bring their children out for a fun night of spooky entertainment and trick-or-treating. We have over 40 businesses we've partnered with to operate as candy stops, and we'll have fun entertainment options such as spooky backdrops for photo ops, as well as some characters that'll roam around the area for the parents that are here. We'll have Bluey, Spider-Man, Barbie will make an appearance, and we will also have Ghostbusters. We're expecting about a turnout of 17,000 people this year based on historical foot traffic data. And we'll have an information booth on Mickey Mantle with maps to hand out all the candy stops. And most importantly, safety is our number one focus going into this year. We partnered with, or we're working closely with PD. We have ambassadors that'll operate, that'll be directing traffic at major intersections. And we're going to ensure that the evening is fully staffed and prepared for the amount of traffic that's going to come through.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Sullivan, are you the new district manager?
I am. I've been with Downtown OKC since March.
Okay, well, welcome.
Thank you.
And I was asking Joe Bess, I said, I wonder which Barbie is going to make an appearance.
So we're going to have Malibu Barbie and Pink Barbie. We have 2 Barbies, actually.
Okay, and which Ghostbusters group?
I know there are a handful of them. I'm a little bit newer to discern the different groups, but we have the one that was recently at Plaza Fest. They have a giant
I've seen that one.
inflatable.
We
That
weren't
is
sure
the
if it
group.
was the all girls or the all fellas.
I think this one may be all fellas.
Okay. Those were very important questions we needed answered today. So looking forward to this, and again, welcome to Bricktown. Look forward to talking with you soon.
Thank you, likewise.
I'll move for approval, by the way.
Thank you. And the item passes. Moving on to item D,
You
the revocable right-of-way use permit with the FMD Association to hold the Oklahoma City Farmers Market District Fall Festival October 27th. And we have Frances Smith signed up to speak.
Hi, thank you for having us today, Council. My name's Frances Smith. I'm a new district manager for the Farmers Market District. We are super excited to talk today about our official second district-wide event since we've become an official district with the city. So we're very proud of this. This is going to be the Fall Fest. It'll be October 27th, noon to 6. We're going to be closing down from Klein to Ellison on 2nd officially. The rest is private property, so it'll be a full city block actually closed from 2nd to 3rd, and then Klein to Ellison. We've got 6 sponsors on this event. We're happy to report. We have almost 150 vendors for this. This will be outdoor vendors and indoor vendors. We have 7 food trucks, and we're gonna have we try to include an educational component for each of these events. This time we're doing local cooking demos. So we'll have 3 providers doing a how to shop local, cook local, eat local kind of component. So they'll be sourcing locally, and we'll promote those businesses that they source from. They'll be doing a quick cook, small bite dish, and we'll be providing about 100 meals for free that we're sponsoring. We'll have a dedicated kid zone upstairs in the historical Farmers Public Market building, which is established in 1928, as we all know. Upstairs, we'll have a bounce house, pumpkin bowling. I had to look this up if you've never done it. It looks really, really cool. We'll also have a dedicated kind of dance party area for the kids, a bounce house, and then a whole craft station that'll include paint a pumpkin and a few other activities. We'll have a petting zoo that's sponsored by Chester's Party Barn. We'll be doing a touch a truck involving the police and fire. And then we've also encouraged all the vendors, all 150 vendors, and as well as all the businesses in the district to do a kind of trick-or-treat component. So the kids can come by and trick-or-treat the vendors. We're encouraging costumes, both from the patrons and all of our participants within this district. That should be fun. As we move outside, we'll have a stage set up with 3 bands. It's a kind of a country bluegrass theme we're going for. We've worked with these bands before. They're fantastic. Most of the businesses in that area are going to be open and involved with the festival. They're also involved with the events committee, which is newly started. We have a raffle. Last event that we did in June, we raised a considerable amount of money for the nonprofit portion of the district doing that raffle, and all the businesses contributed with that. And I know there's more, but I think that's a good compilation of what we're doing. I thank you guys so much for having me, and is there any questions?
4 6.
I don't have any questions. I'm just excited to see so much activity and recognizing that it is a huge feat to pull off. So congratulations on another year of this event and continued growth for the district. So I'm happy to move for approval.
Yeah, thank you.
And the item passes. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
And now we will recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we can take items A through M with 1 vote. And that passes, and we will adjourn the OCMFA and reconvene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we can take items A through C as one vote. Yes. And the item passes. And we will adjourn the OCPPA and reconvene as the council meeting where we arrive at the consent docket.
I'd like to request a separate vote on item D as in dog and item BQ.
Did you say BQ?
Yes, B as in boy.
One moment, please. Councilman Hinkle, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. AC. For comment or for a separate vote?
Comment for now.
Okay.
Yes, item AU.
We do have a presentation scheduled on that one as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Hearing no others, we can just start at the top and work our way through if that's okay. So that will be item D. Councilwoman Hammond has requested a separate vote on this item.
Before we, I'd just like some discussion, just some understanding as far as the estimated increase of what is happening as far as why we're paying more. Just curious, since it's been brought up.
Yeah, I know Chief Basie is here, and I believe Deputy Chief Dominic Brown is here, and they can come in and speak to this. So if we could maybe move on to one of the other items and come back to that one? You okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine with me. All right, so we'll move on then to item AC, as in Charlie.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
the chief is here.
Oh, there we go.
Well, we will go back to item D then. Thank you, Councilwoman Nice.
Good morning.
So Chief, this was on item D on the unmanned aerial vehicles, and that if we could just get an update on how many we're adding, what we're doing with this.
Okay. Let me introduce Captain Jason Bussard from Police IT. He can give you the number on what we're adding, and I can speak more to what we're doing with it.
Great. So what we're adding is a joint project with fire and police. We're looking at doing what Chula Vista started in 2018, New York City, San Francisco is doing, and that's drones as a first responder, being able to put eyes on a scene with a drone as the call comes out to let fire and police know what's going on there before we arrive. And especially as fires move into take over the mental health calls, it'd be helpful for them to see what's happening and have overwatch as they're dealing with the things and lessen the likely of us having to get involved. It also lets us know what's going on there to have the right resources on scene to make sure we cover what we need to cover and handle the call the right way.
So Jason, do you know how many we're adding with this?
What's that?
Do you know how many we're adding with this?
We're adding 10 over the next, 10 every year over the next 5 years, so
Okay.
a total of 50. We're planning on putting them on the fire stations. And there's 30 of those.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Captain. What's our current inventory?
We currently have 38 drones in use.
And then my next question, while we're on this, as far as the footage that we do capture, how long do we keep that footage?
Forever.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I say that now. I mean, that's what the retention is currently, is we don't delete those type of videos.
Okay, thank you.
To echo Captain Buster's thoughts, getting there first and giving us the ability to provide the right resources and respond correctly for police and fire is invaluable. As far as just being able to, timing is everything when it comes to fire, medical emergencies, crisis calls. Knowing what we're dealing with while en route gives us life-saving opportunities to provide resources in a much timely fashion.
Thank you for that. So my next question to you then would be, with us adding this, would those strictly be for those types of incidents? Because the reason I ask that now is outwardly thinking and observing when we have events, particularly within Northeast Oklahoma City. I look up and I see them, and there's, in my opinion, the question is, okay, what are we doing? When we already, at this time, one particular time, we were walking for a march, and we already had 3 police officers escorting us down the street. So my question was already, why do we have drones above us watching us too? So just curious what that protocol looks like and why, just for explanation for my own thoughts and understanding, please.
So without knowing the specific incidents, I can't speak to whether or not we actually did have drones above. But what I can tell you is that a reason for that overwatch is a safety protocol. When we have large crowds and large events, the ability to see the whole picture and everything and any potential threats or hazards beforehand is invaluable to us, rather than being in the crowd and hearing something and then trying to determine who, where, what. This gives us that complete overview from a safety standpoint to see the entire picture and enables us to either respond faster or hold anybody accountable that's going to disrupt services, or to basically mitigate any threats we see coming. So that would be the purpose for Overwatch. These are, as first responders to any type of 911 or crisis call, they can get up, they can get there faster, and give responders from whichever agency is responding or both the ability to understand what's occurring and give us the appropriate response.
Thank you. So my last question, I hope, is for our fire department. Have we seen these used in other cities? And if so, what has that experience been like?
Well, for the fire department, good morning, Dominic Brown, Oklahoma City Fire Department. The benefit of this is more focused on the patient-centered care. We're moving more towards the mobile integrated health. That's want to be specific towards the patient, making sure they're receiving the services and the resources they need. That's what we're focusing on. So an example is in San Antonio. They utilize the Good Sant map. What that does, that allows us to get on scene, and they can utilize their phone before we get there. We can tap into it. So it's the same principle as using the drone. We can look at the individual, see what's going on, get some vitals, get that true picture before we get there to make sure that we have the right resources that are going to be there to give those individuals what they need. So there are different departments that are utilizing it, but we're kind of one of the first that are utilizing this level to ensure that we're truly serving the citizens. So it's basically making sure we get the right resources there so we can address the issue with the underutilized resources. Those individuals that may not have insurance, but they're using 911 as their personal care physician, and giving them the right resources to get them what they need to address not only the acute issues, but the chronic issues, so we can get them what they need. So that's the intent and purpose behind this.
Thank you.
Would you mind, I'd like some clarification on
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind walking us through an example. So let's say I reach out to 911 in a mental health crisis.
Yes, sir.
Or I reach out and the dispatcher comes to realize this is actually a mental health crisis.
Yes, sir.
What happens next and where does the drone come in?
Okay, so what happens next? Okay, we also have what we're working on. It's called a crisis diversion dispatcher. What they do, we're having mental health professionals in the dispatch, also in the dispatch location, and they're saying, hey, this is more of a mental emergency. This is something that's a low-level mental emergency. They need help. They don't need PD there. They don't need immediate medical care, but they need resources. So what we're doing right now with our emergency response, we're sending individuals there that are a part of emergency medical care, paramedics. We also have individuals that's a licensed counselor, and they get there on the scene because that way that allows the first responders that are there for emergencies, the acute emergencies, they can go back in service, and then we can have people there to get these people exactly what they need. When I mentioned the Good SAM app, what the Good SAM app does, it utilizes technology. So the individual can use their phone, we can see them, our dispatcher can see them, they can get the basic vitals to ensure that it's not a true critical emergency, acute emergency. We make sure their vitals are stable. Now we have someone that's there, that's trained to make sure they can address their needs, and then also get those individuals resources, because there may be an opioid addiction. There may be something that's going on that's long-term that, we're trying to get them the resources to get them the help that they need to address that. So that's what the Good SAM app does. So utilizing that technology along with the drones, in the same sense, you're getting the true picture of what you need to get the right resources there to help those individuals.
So I hear a lot of the things I support and understand from other cities. I guess where I'm just a little confused, and maybe the first round of espresso wasn't enough, I'm not sure. So am I hearing you say the dispatchers, you all are wanting to send out this drone to the address?
Yes, yes, sir. The location, yes, sir.
And that drone goes out ahead of police and fire?
Yes, sir.
And so if I'm the person on the call, the person who called in, and I'm on I'm maybe in my house or in my apartment, or I'm on my porch, am I anticipating this drone?
No, sir, I'm sorry if that's confusing. So what I'm saying, someone asked the question of, have you heard of other cities or organizations utilizing this information? And what I was saying is that with the Good SAM app, it uses the individual's cell phone, and it accesses their phone. That way they can get an up-close picture. So no, the drone is not going to be in their face. As far as that, the drone will provide an overall picture to give a 360 view of the situation.
Too, when we're doing this, like the only way the drone's going to be able to interact in any way or give us additional information is if this is occurring outside. If someone's in their home, they're not going to be able to have an assessment. Yeah. But you're not just using it on the mental health or on the mobile
this is for,
it'd be like fire response, other
sir.
Emergency response as well. If it is a scene that's outside and someone can get a visual on what's happening there, then the drone can help from its perspective. But you're right, if it's inside of the house or inside of an apartment or something, it wouldn't add additional insight at that point if it's a mental health call.
Or even, I guess, again, so many of the words you were saying make a lot of sense to me.
Yes, sir.
I affirm this work. I advocate for this work. I'm a little confused about the need for this technology. So in my mind, I guess the two cities that immediately come to mind, I'd like to know Denver, which is where they have the STAR program, the mental health alternative like we're talking about. It sounds like Denver doesn't have a drone involved. Is that okay? And then the other example that comes to mind where the working group who studied the mental health alternatives was Eugene, Oregon.
Okay.
I don't think they have this technology either. Is that correct? So I would recommend, before we move forward on this item, I'd like to have confirmation of which, if any of these municipalities are using this technology. And then there's a very specific group I would think would be worth us hearing from. We have this I'm going to get the language a little bit wrong, forgive me. It's a mental health crisis like task force. It's the crisis intervention group that's made up of local mental health professionals. You know, my dean from OCU Law School, she's on there, but then there's all kinds of service providers here in the city. I'd like to hear from them whether or not they think this makes sound medical sense. I guess my concern is if I'm on my porch, I'm at my house, I'm at an apartment, and I've made this call or someone's made this call to 911 to come help me with a mental health crisis, and I go out onto that porch or what have you after that call has happened, and I see something in the air. I'm trying to make this as like just down to earth as possible, but I see something in the air, the way Councilwoman Nice described being at a concert and seeing one, and we've probably all been at a concert or Scissortail Park and seen these drones flying. But imagine I am in a mental health crisis. Maybe I've had a suicidal ideation, paranoia, and then I see or hear something in the air when I have stepped out onto that porch. My worry is, will that technology exacerbate my paranoia, my sense that someone's watching me? We're in an age of conspiracy theory. So that's why I loved Councilwoman Nice's question. Have other cities done this approach? And I think we actually need to slow down here and see if they have. And I don't think we should be first out of the gate on this, is what I'm saying, because I think there is a huge question of privacy for the individual in the mental health crises. You all talk about keeping this footage ad infinitum. What is the maintenance, the holding, the privacy of that footage? But again, I worry that this could exacerbate someone if they see or hear that technology floating around them, particularly if they're a paranoid schizophrenic, right? Yeah. Don't know they're a paranoid schizophrenic. Forgive me for taking just a little bit of time on this. I just think that we are doing really great work. I just want to affirm Captain in Chief here. We're doing such great work working with the team that the city manager is talking about, this team of mental health professionals, and they've been guiding us through this process. I really think it is worth our time to slow down here and have them put eyes on what you all are proposing here, to make sure that the person who's reaching out for this help, that we're not going to exacerbate. I do understand maybe for fire and police and the mental health professionals, how getting eyes in a larger perspective could help keep them safer and then ultimately keep the caller safer. But I think there's some blind spots here.
One thing that I could suggest here is that we could move ahead with it because the program's in place already, like with the first responder. This is adding additional to expand. But what you're talking about is, do we need to look at our policies for how we respond to those types of events, especially specifically? Another option could be that we move ahead with this and then we come back and we are looking at our policy and bring back additional information on our policy.
If we could, I would like to do policy first.
We have the policy, we do have a policy in place. I think the question of how we use it as a practice.
There's a yes and to that, and why I say that is because of everything that was just explained. It sounds, in my opinion, before we purchase more, let's understand what that policy needs to look like, even as we go through the process of working with our fire department for them to have these on hand. Because I get what you're saying, but this is going to be a new venture for our fire department to be able to use these new cameras. And I say that also in the same lens, even though it's a different conversation. Right now at the state level, they're having conversations about flock cameras. So I'm very cautious at this moment of these types of surveillance techniques that we choose to use as a city entity. Not against them fully, but I would like to see if there is an opportunity for us to sit down with that working group, possibly with our, the acronyms PSPP, I know that's wrong, but you know what I'm talking about, the accountability board that it was supposed to be, and the folks that are involved from our police department as well as our fire department, just to get some better knowledge and understanding of that part, because again, I get it, but I'm also a little concerned about the infinity of us keeping footage, and if someone harms themselves, are we going back and now charging them if someone else was harmed too? You know, it's those kind of things that I'm thinking through as far as how we look at that. So I do have a few more questions. I'm not against any of this, but I just want to hear a little more before we vote yes, because the public has the right to know and understand that too, as far as what we are saying yes to. And I just want to make sure when I affirm what I vote for, that I'm not telling my community something different, and then they're going to come back and say, well, you said this was that. And in essence, I can't argue with them because that's what I was told. So that's where I am with this. I'm just hoping we can have just a little slower conversation about it, come back to the table, and I hope you all understand why we're asking these questions. It's, again, nothing against this process, but it's just wanting to ensure that, to the point of what Councilperson Cooper said, that can be alarming for those who may be experiencing a mental health crisis. And we just want to make sure that we're approaching this in the best way possible, and having those mental health experts be able to speak to that. So again, it's not to say we can't move forward, but I would like to just pause it right now and come back in 2 weeks if there's a possibility to do that.
And I do want to clarify, because currently the fire department is using drones already.
Yes, I was going
correct?
to, I was going to follow up with that. What we're doing right now, as far as the drones that we do use, we use those drones for overall footage. So like the big Hefner wildfires we had that had a large area that we had to cover. Those toxic environments that we really couldn't get in, but we can get an overhead view. So we use them for that. We have tethered drones on our command vehicles where we can get on scene and they can go up on the fire scene. They can get an overhead view of what's going on. There's times that what we call a 360 when we walk around the building to see what's going on, so we can make our plan and how we're going to address that. There's sometimes that we can't get to certain areas, so those drones are beneficial, so we use them that way. And when I spoke about the Good SAM map earlier, I was just referencing how we're leveraging that data and that technology to get that contact with the individual that's experiencing that crisis. Not that the drones will be used exactly like that, because they can't be, but you just ask about how we're utilizing that type of technology to interact with our community and our patients and those in need. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't muddy the water saying that we're going to use the drones exactly like the Good SAM map. I was just trying to give an example of how we're using that data to serve those in the community. Yes, sir.
Are we currently using, would you say we had 38 drones right now? Are we currently using them for this purpose? I mean, police, fire, and mental health? And if so, out of 100%, what part is fire, what part's police, and what part's mental health?
Yeah, we currently have one stationed on, I don't know what Melrose and Rockwell that number is.
31s.
Yeah, Station 31 to use in that area. It's an older style drone, and it has trouble with the Wi-Fi in the area, so it doesn't actually get used a whole lot. But we do use it anytime on so on the mental health, an example. We had a gentleman in a cemetery south of Tinker. He made the statement to dispatch that as soon as he sees a uniformed officer, he's going to carry out his suicide. So we put a drone up, and we're able to see him and talk to him on the phone and talk him into surrendering basically to the drone. We talked him into putting the gun on the top of the car. He lifted his shirt up, showed that he has no other weapons, and he followed the instructions to walk out to the street where he could get the help he needed from our officers. So that's one case we used it on a mental health situation.
Oh, but my question's still the same. Is it 85% fire, 10% police, and 5% mental health, or is there a way to quantify
I would
that?
reverse that probably. I mean, it's majority police currently.
So on this bill, we've actually already approved this. The only thing that's coming to us is the fact that the price went up a little bit.
Well, it's the change in the contract, but it's also in adding additional drones, allowing us to purchase additional drones.
Okay.
I think with respect to everybody in the room, and I appreciate your concerns, but I kind of tend to agree with Craig, and I think we have 38 drones in use. We haven't had any significant or any problems that I've heard of with using the drones. I think it's a great safety factor. I know there are other cities that do things differently, like Eugene, Oregon, but Oklahoma City is not Eugene, Oregon. We're the 6th fastest growing city in the United States. We're the 20th largest. We do things our own way, and so I'm comfortable with the policy. I'm comfortable with the 38 drones that are already being used, so I can't support a deferral at this time. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to move forward with it and go ahead and vote. And with us being the 6th fastest, that's why we need to continue to work in the lens of our community and our city if we want to stay the 6th fastest. So that's, again, where my concern is, because it's the least of us that I'm worried about when it comes to these types of ways we respond. And again, thank you for clarifying the work that is already being done, but this is still a different type of use that we are looking at as far as these cameras are concerned, and understanding again that percentage of how many for these different ways we plan on using these cameras. So I'm going to ask that we move forward with the deferral for us to look at it. Again, I don't have a problem with us coming back and talking about it and talking through it. Yes, we have 38 cameras, but we just talked about 1, and we're voting for 10 more. And we have Wi-Fi issues with the 1 that's in use. So it doesn't really define that all of those things are in place in the ways that we could look at how we respect the residents that we are serving at the same time.
Councilwoman Nice, before we move on your motion, I have a citizen signed up to speak that we'll need to hear from first. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain. The citizen signed up to speak is going to be Michael Washington. Mr. Washington, you have 3 minutes.
Wonderful, wonderful, illustrious horseshoe guest here. I am one who quickly have to agree with the conversation that's been put forth so far on this end. I just heard perfectly with my almost perfect ears that you already have 38 drones in place, and yet I don't see where all of them are being used. Not one time did I hear that they're all being used. So now you want an addition to them? Why? Other than if it isn't to spy upon the privacy of citizens who don't know what those drones are up there for. Not saying anything disrespect to them, because we know there's always a poison apple in the sea somewhere. Let's keep that real. Nothing goes by as it is imagined to be done, period. Now then, you also have approximately $370,000 in place for these drones already, because you want to increase $856,120.38 to add to that collection of monies. And yet I have to ask the question, and 10 more drones, 48. Does 10 drones actually cost that amount? I don't think it would if $370,000 cost for 38. I'm assuming. I don't know because I'm not pillaged in this area. Now then, oh no! This should not be approved. This money can be spent otherwise in areas that are more importantly used in law enforcement. I'm not saying anything sinister or bad about what these gentlemen want to do, but this money can be used in a more appropriate manner that the citizens can appreciate that money is being spent, their taxpayer dollars, for something that's good for them. Like you say, it's already a system in place. And as a matter of fact, being a community activist myself, no one has talked to me about this. I feel somewhat slighted. I have to definitely put my 2 cents regarding me in it. And I don't feel that I'm being given the recognition for the power that I do have as far as the citizenry in Oklahoma. Everybody knows that I have a love, I don't have a hatred for law enforcement. Let that be clear.
30 seconds, please.
30 seconds. But this drone thing, oh, no. Let's put a little bit more conversation into it. Conversation rules the nation, we know that. And from conversation come action and activity. 15 seconds, 12, 13. Let us have about a 10-second moment of silence. Did we do the right thing? I'll be back. Thank you.
Mr. Washington. So there is a motion on the floor for deferral on item D.
May I, Vice Mayor?
Oh.
I just briefly have to say that if this body is going to not support a deferral, then what City Manager Freeman described earlier, I would love to hear like a public confirmation that our Crisis Intervention Advisory Group, which is not from Eugene, Oregon, which is not from Denver, but is made up, and I'm now quoting from an article here, local folk. We formed this group to ensure that the city responds compassionately and humanely to people experiencing a mental health crisis. And who are these folk? They are local folk. They are local folk. They are local mental health professionals. And I would like for them to hear more about this policy proposal and have their blessing before I support it, right? So I just saw our public safety partnership implementation manager, Andrea Grayson, walk in, and he must have known I was citing you, right? We formed this group to ensure the city responds compassionately and humanely to people experiencing a mental health crisis. The group will be instrumental in the selection and monitoring of a provider that will develop and operate the mobile behavioral health alternative response team. This provider will go on, as we know, to coordinate the city's public safety departments to respond to low-risk nonviolent calls. So we have created a group of local residents who are professionals who have the ability to guide us through this process. No one up here, with arguably the exception of Councilwoman Hammond, is even close to a mental health provider in terms of that knowledge. This group is. This group is. And so I just want them to lay eyes on what you all are proposing, because this has not been done elsewhere, is what I am hearing. That's it. That is accountability, and it is a best practice. It's called research. You don't just do something, you research it. Did you want to speak? I'm seeing your... and maybe they've already signed off, and great, and you were going to tell us that.
So with the Crisis Intervention Advisory Group, we do have a monitoring working group. When mobile integrated health gets up and running and is fully integrated and rolled out, the monitoring working group, that is one of the items that the monitoring working group will review and evaluate during their process. They just have not started the work yet because mobile integrated health is not quite rolled out yet.
So they will be, they have not yet signed off on. Is that what I'm hearing?
We are happy to do it even earlier, ahead of whatever you all need us to do. We're happy to do that.
Vice Mayor?
Just a point of clarification, though. We're not voting on the policy today. We're voting on the equipment today. So I just want to be real clear about that. I support you on everything you're saying about the policy, but that's not the question before us today. And so I just want to be real clear on that specific aspect of it. So while I'm still on the fence on the deferral or not, it's real important that we are voting on what's before us today, and that we're addressing the rest of that and making sure we're setting up those meetings and those briefings, and then another presentation to council with regard to the policy, because I would like to hear that as well.
Hey, and Vice Mayor, I am grateful for your words there, because I've noticed my body language. I was like moving into my computer. I don't know that there's ever been an issue that has had my attention like this, because I do think it's complex. That's what Nikki, Councilwoman Nice, was saying. It's like, I don't know that I am against the cameras. I just want that guidance from the professionals here to help us. We might have a little bit of a disagreement on the cart before the horse here, and that's fine, but I just want you all to understand where I'm at. I'm not trying to put a new policy in place that does not have that process signed off. Thank you.
So real quickly, Vice Mayor, if I could just make a comment on this. And I totally agree with you. We're not talking about the policy, we're talking about the equipment. And policies are always under review. And I appreciate you bringing up the fact that, hey, again, this will, as it becomes implemented, will be reviewed. I think that's a great point. I think you look at a lot of the situations that our city's faced very recently that have happened in large crowds. These type of devices, not only do they provide safety for our citizens, but they also provide safety for fire and police. I think that's very important. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
I appreciate the conversation, and I think I'd just like to add, to my knowledge, we have never voted on any policy related to the usage of these devices. We've been told this is how we're going to use them, this is our policy, but I've never seen anything in writing around when they're deployed, how that's recorded, decisions again about when and how they're deployed, and who's sort of making that call. So I think, you know, to me, the spending and the policy kind of go part and parcel because, again, I've never seen any information that's satisfying. Actually, I've never seen any information, not let alone anything that might satisfy my inquiry, particularly about protecting our residents' privacy beyond, well, the courts have ruled XYZ, this is case law. I have concerns about implementing something that has the potential to abuse our residents' civil rights that then winds up in a legal situation. I would prefer that we proactively create policy that is local to us about the usage of surveillance technologies and how they're used, because I'm in agreement. I agree that in some cases, yeah, like with fire, that makes so much sense to me to like go send something out where you can get a better picture. That is very different than using them to surveil a crowd, using them in these sort of crisis response things. So all due respect to the conversation about that these things are different, when we've never been presented or been given the opportunity to vote on policy, let alone shape the policy. We've never been proactively asked to shape the policy around these, the use of these kinds of devices. And so when we get into talking about safety, I just get concerned because that safety always feels like we're not really, one, we're using anecdotal cases of the usage, and then we're also not really, in my mind, I think there's a balance of the safety and security and privacy of individuals, particularly in mental health crises, recognizing that the civil rights of people with disabilities are historically documented, and we are currently under investigation for potential ADA concerns. So that's kind of where I sit with this. And again, I think being able to slow down the expansion of a surveillance program like this without information is not really doing our due diligence that we were elected to do, to be able to, Councilman Nice's point, answer the questions that our residents bring to us about these sorts of things. And again, that this is kind of our opportunity to even be aware that this is happening, let alone have some influence or conversation about the policy, which I do agree is potentially a separate conversation, but it affects the spending. It affects how many of these we buy, where they're housed, who has control over them, who has the authority to deploy them, et cetera. So just sort of to add that, well, yes, they are somewhat separate conversations. They do seem to go together because this is kind of our opportunity to weigh in. So that's all I'll say. I'm happy to vote whenever.
And I'll say that Come on, now, look, pushing this button. I'll say this in closing, to your point, Vice Mayor, I totally understand, and to the point of what Councilwoman Hammond just said, my concern is, do we need 10 now? This is something that we're voting on right now, and I'd like to understand a little more of that conversation, because in actuality, we may need less, and because of what we're doing, we may need a couple more than 10 for these efforts. So again, it's not about saying no to this, it's about understanding the process and the amount of cameras that we are purchasing because of that. So I just wanted to re-emphasize my ask for this deferral.
Okay, well, we have the motion on the floor for a deferral on item D. And the motion to defer has failed, so we will leave this item on the consent docket.
I'd like to vote separately on this item, please.
Okay. And the item passes.
Vice Mayor, thank you for, also thanks for a fairly civil conversation, I thought. It was nice hearing people's perspectives on that. Ms. Grayson, would it be possible, I know monthly you and I meet to talk about updates for all 39 recommendations, Chief, and thank you for being in those conversations. Next time we meet, I'd like to kind of hear where we're heading.
Okay.
With the Crisis Advisory Group, and I'm happy to follow you wherever you want to take us on that, both of you, but.
And I think certainly we can make that, it's on our plan to make sure that we get that reviewed with the Crisis Intervention Advisory Group. Yes. And then also with that monitoring group that you identified, that's a subgroup of that.
It's a subcommittee. Yes, it is a subcommittee of the CAIG.
And then it sounds like the rest of the council would like some updates on that as well, so. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Grayson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. All right, next up on the items to be pulled out is item AC, Councilmember Hinkle.
This is the item we deferred 2 weeks ago on spending $200,000 to board up the old jail, and I still have heartburn about that and just interested in the conversation. Would be interested in possibly deferring this for a while. I understand we can extend that contract if we need to, but I'd love to hear what our plans are for that and who's going to pay for it, because as it sits now, we've heard from multiple people 4 or 5 years ago that it was not rehabable, and even city manager 2 weeks ago said that engineering says you can't rehab it. So just conversation, please, anybody?
Yeah, and I'll start off, if you don't mind, just explaining that basically the way we've looked at this, we have had developers look at this previously. There's another group that's interested in it now to take another look. We haven't had a successful proposal come forward of ways that we can carry it forward. We've looked at it ourselves with one of our programs. I think it was MAPS looked at it with the diversion hub, determined that we just couldn't, the office space that they needed in there, you couldn't accommodate in the building. So we didn't really have a specific use. After we had brought it forward previously and it failed, my plan was to hold on this until we get to the GO bond, because I know we've got several projects that are in that public safety complex that we need to consider, and we may need space there that we could either try to do something with the facade or at least preserve some of the history of the building in another building, take it down at that point. In the meantime, the issue of it sitting there looking the way that it does, we would cite other people for the condition that it's in now. I was just trying to address that, and the staff has worked on that. It is a lot of money to spend, but we're just trying to preserve it and keep it in, keep it looking better than what it does right now until we have an opportunity to be able to move forward with the project.
On that note, City Manager, I was talking with someone a bit more knowledgeable on this than me, and if I'm hearing you right, we have heard from other developers, it's like, can I do a diner? Can I do housing? But it sounds like the city of OKC might have a literal interest in the public safety, like storage of, you know, our records.
I think,
you know what I mean, in terms
right.
of
I think as we
policing.
looked at it, what it would be probably is taking the building down. If the facade could be preserved, and I know we've looked at that previously, and honestly, I just don't recall if some portion of the facade could be preserved, that's a way that we could look at it. If we couldn't do that, take the building down, and then you can also, in a building that replaces that, preserve some of the history within that building, just different levels of historic preservation. And so we wanted to be able to evaluate that. I think our look would be taking it down, preserving some of the history, and moving forward with another facility in its place. If we do it with a GEO bond program. And part of it right now, there's several concepts of needs that we have. The question is, depending on the priorities that we have, all the priorities we're looking at, can we get those in?
But to do that, this item excuse me, let me rephrase my question, because I don't know the answer to this question. Am I hearing that this item is on the docket for us because if that were the goal, what you're describing, we would need to do this work right now to just help me understand.
This is just to it's just to keep it from getting in worse condition than it's in right now, and improve the appearance as an abandoned building sitting there on the block. That's all this one is right now.
Basically holding it to the same standard that we hold our residents when
Right.
presented with their dilapidated structures.
Right, but it's not with the idea that that's going to somehow preserve the building. It's just that we're trying to be better neighbors and make sure that we're boarding it up and making it look better until we get to the point that we can do something with the building.
I think that is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Right? Like, I just wanted to know, like, why is this here as a vote? And yeah, to Councilman Hinkle's question, like, where are we going? What is actually practically achievable here? Okay, thanks.
So, I'm sorry, but I think from my standpoint, this has been going on for over 5 years now.
6 to 7 years.
Yeah, 6 to 7 years. And we've had multiple people, okay, we're gonna do something, nothing's happened, because once they start exploring the building, they realize that nothing's gonna happen with that building. So, do we just keep throwing money at it to put plywood on some windows, or do we go ahead and take it down? And I understand the historical preservation piece of it. I'd like to see a plan that we're gonna do with that, even if we do demolish it. But kind of like Councilman Hinkle, I don't see the point of continuing to throw money at it if there's, and we all know this, there's nothing gonna be done with that building. But I would like to see a plan for the historical preservation side.
I think we all want that. The problem is when we've had engineers look at it, what is it, Craig? I can't remember, 3 to 4 floors that only have 6.5-foot ceilings? And it's
the upper floors. I don't remember if it's
Yeah.
4. It's either 4 or 5. I don't recall.
And the problem is those don't even work for storage because the ceilings are too low. And so nobody's come up with a viable plan. We've heard time and time again that we're going to get a viable plan. And we've also heard that several people say, well, we're going to get some historical preservation action going forward. And that's never happened to date.
Well, one, I'll just interject and say storage is actually quite possible with ceiling heights because it does not have to be, the ductwork doesn't have to be installed. The air conditioning of the space is different when it's storage is what has been told to me. So that's sort of been the driving piece for the top floors, is that maybe there's some opportunity for storage rather than office space where you have to have different conditioning. I will say within the last 2 months, this conversation came back up particularly in relation to the Civic Center and Kirkpatrick Foundation. Our two entities working together, very interested. Before this item even came up on this agenda a few weeks ago, they've been in conversation about doing some of that planning work with an interest in maybe additional performance space, et cetera. But I I think to Craig's point about being a good neighbor, we ask people to throw good money after bad to board up their properties if they don't have a plan moving forward. And to my knowledge, I think the only money we put into this is the demolition of the old police headquarters. I don't believe we put any money into doing anything with the old jail. Do you have any recollection, Craig?
We've done some securing on the lower floors.
lower
It's those
floors.
upper windows is where we have the real issues right now. And then we've done some work, I think, try to stabilize that facade so that it didn't crumble and fall. And then we've got some fencing around it and maintenance that's going on.
Oh, okay, that's,
Yep.
that's helpful to know, but, you know, I sort of get frustrated with well, we've tried this and we've tried that, and this is a new group that has come forward. My understanding is that there's maybe some city departments that have interest in utilizing the property and/or building. So, yeah, I think to be good neighbors and hold ourselves to the same standard, it just makes sense to take this step. Citing that it's been multiple years, well, stuff moves really slow in the city, and particularly when there's no, the person who's interested in, or group of people who might be interested in championing something, it is not their full-time job to do so. They are trying to fit it in among a lot of other things, that things take time. So I'll just say that we do have some groups that for the last few months have been talking and doing some studies, are interested in doing further studies, and putting some resources into that work right now. And it would be really nice to get this just boarded up so that those upper floors don't continue to have further issues that will need to be abated, regardless of whether we demolish it or not. The more the environmental conditions in there get worse, the more it's going to take to eventually abate that and then demolish it. So in my mind, this is actually a little bit of an ounce of prevention, regardless of what happens with the building.
Matt, would you be okay with deferring this for 2 weeks so we could maybe talk to this new group, number one? And number two, I just attended the Civic Center's board meeting, and this wasn't on the agenda, so I'd like to do some more research on that.
Is 2 weeks enough?
It's fine with me.
Okay, I'd like to move we deferred this item for 2 weeks.
No? Just saying, Councilman Carter, you sure you don't want, I'm hearing you say 4 weeks. We gotta have it, let's not, 6 months out, but how much time is it gonna take for us to actually sit with this, you have two groups, is that what I'm hearing, Councilwoman? This is not my word, so I'm trying to learn. Sounds like it's Civic Center and
We
the
just deferred it for
Kirkpatrick
2 weeks and
Foundation.
nothing's happened, so I'm suggesting 4, so we actually have a little bit more time to do a better dive.
Okay, so I move we defer it for 4 weeks.
Be November 5th.
And then, city manager, can you help coordinate where we can, everyone from Councilman Stunsifer to Hinkle, and can we?
I'll do my best to help coordinate this, but we'll do what we can to try to get conversations going. It's kind of like what we talked about. There's just some things you can't, they're gonna take more time to answer, I think, as far as like what a development potential is. But we'll do our best to coordinate the conversation so that people can get the information they feel like they need for this.
And don't get me wrong, if we have somebody come forward with a legitimate plan and funding and the thoughts of what to do there, I'm all for it. But for us to spend 20% of what it would cost to tear it down just to save it, to tear it down, makes no sense to me whatsoever.
So there's a motion for deferral for 4 weeks on the floor. And the deferral passes. All right. I think I have item 9AU up next with the presentation.
Yes. So Joanna McSpadden is here with the Economic Development. She's our Economic Development Manager to give us an update on this project.
Good morning, Joanna McSpadden with Finance. So this is an introduction for the use of TIF2 funds. The item will come back in 2 weeks for final vote. This will be the third allocation of this kind where we're allocating funding to use for small infrastructure projects. The projects that would be utilizing this funding would be alleyway improvements, sidewalk improvements. We've done a small water line extension with this type of funding. The contracts for each of those individual projects would come back through the Economic Development Board or Trust for approval and back to this body for concurrence, how our normal economic development agreements are handled. So happy to answer additional questions if anybody has any.
Councilwoman Nice, did you have comments or questions? You had called this one out as well.
I do have a question. As far as I can tell, one of these projects has already happened. So I was a little bit confused about that these are projects that will be happening when I see one that I look at every day and I'm pretty sure is completed.
You said you think that the projects had already happened?
Yeah, that one of them
I
at
think in
least.
the memo, what we did was we listed some projects
that were
prior
examples.
allocation, just to give you an
Gotcha.
example of the types of projects,
Okay,
yeah.
I was like, I'm confused about the timeline here,
Right.
but okay, the wording is much clearer to me now that.
Okay.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Joanna.
Yep.
AQ, BQ. Thank you. Sorry, moving on to item BQ. Councilwoman Hammond, did you want a separate vote on this one?
Yes, and I'd just like to sort of explain why. This is the contract with the Oklahoma City Public School District for the School Resource Officer Program. And I know, I don't know if Andrea is still here, if she might want to speak to any of it, but we did talk about it a few weeks ago at one of our quarterly updates about some of the 21 CP Public Safety Partnership recommendations. And I just want to say, I do appreciate the work that she has done with OKCPS and sort of the work to, I would say, tighten up the contract to be a little more clear about the roles of SROs within the schools where they're located. I still, and I expressed this to her, my eventual goal is that we would greatly decrease the number of police officers that are in schools and provide other types of prevention and intervention related to safety concerns. You know, I think some people sort of look askance when we say, you know, we need to pay for more counselors, but I think there are other programs that we have seen and I've seen throughout the country. I've seen people implement some of them locally where you have more trusted, culturally appropriate mentors, trusted adults that young people can bring their concerns about potential violence or a concern about another student to that is not, does not have the legal authority to take someone's liberty away, to detain them, to be, again, one of the main concerns I brought up is that many of our OKCPS students have family that has been incarcerated, has, you know, been entangled in the criminal legal system, and so having that visual presence in their school is not a positive experience for them, and I want us to continue to, well, I appreciate sort of some of the reforms that have happened around this to direct the work a little bit more and have a little bit more accountability and conversation with the school district. I still just would really like us as a community to be rethinking how we can provide safety and, again, that prevention and intervention for school fights, conflicts between students, you know, potential weapons in schools, that there's a lot of other options that aren't people that are in uniforms that, again, are very closely associated with a lot of harms that our students have experienced. So I'm just not able to support this, and that's why I'm requesting a separate vote.
Well, want to ask a couple questions while we're on the subject, just to help me understand as well. For this agreement,
Are we increasing the budget? How is this in comparison to last year as far as those officers are concerned? And what different, I wouldn't say concessions, but are there any other things that we were able to compromise as far as to the point of what Councilwoman Hammond said for our officers to truly be a resource to our students? And looking again, I know this is pertaining to middle and high school, but our FACT and PAL program in relation to us having these officers in our schools. So just curious of those questions, if those can be answered.
Chief, you want to take those, and then Andrea, you can follow up if there's anything else on that in relation to what we've done in terms of the public safety partnership and the recommendations.
Absolutely. If I understood your question correctly, you're wondering what we were able to accomplish together in regards to how we work together to become a resource for students as a police department. I don't want to overshadow anything that Andrea Grayson or anyone from the school district is going to say, but I think we both worked really hard together to come up with an idea of what our delineated responsibilities are within the schools. Basically, in shorthand, police officers are not there to enforce school rules, violations of law, and safety issues. However, what I'm telling you is what we won't abdicate are those relationships that we build with students. Some of them are mentors, coaches. They identify children and filter them to our various youth outreach programs, and so they are a resource. I often brag about some of the people that are on our police department who are only here because of the SROs and the interactions that they had with their officers. I'll brag about Captain T.G. Childs, who is actually our acting division commander at the training center right now, and he's over recruiting, but he grew up with not such a great image of law enforcement, and it was his interaction with his SRO that changed his trajectory and got him to where he is today. We have several of those stories, and so the engagement is something we can never abdicate because relationships are great. If you haven't seen some of the stories where the students welcome back their SROs on video and on social media after their absences, it's phenomenal. So we're building relationships with those students throughout the course of the year. Safety is obviously our most important priority, but also being that resource that you talk about and that foundation for setting them up for success, working in conjunction with the school district is our greatest role. As far as additional costs, I think you asked, I think, and the school district can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we are actually one less SRO compared to last year. So as opposed to last year, I think we had 18, and this year we'll have 17 SROs in Oklahoma City Public Schools.
Is there a reason for the decrease of just one? Just curious.
That's actually a school district question, and I'll...
Thank you.
As Chief Basie stated, with the public safety partnership, our immediate goal was to answer that recommendation, recommendation 26, and that was really to clarify the goals or clarify the roles of SROs in the school. When we added the information or that language in the contract, both parties came together and agreed to create engagement guidelines, and as Chief Basie stated, worked really hard. The public schools and the police department worked really hard in collaboration with one another under this umbrella of the public safety partnership to create these engagement guidelines. We created really 4 tenets that we work under, and it's just first and foremost that law enforcement is there really to keep everyone in the school safe, that they're law-related educators that instruct students and staff about their rights and responsibilities under the law. The SROs do serve as liaisons. We want to create and continue to create law enforcement as positive role models. And fourthly, it is their job to be a role model and to funnel them through the appropriate programs. So those engagement guidelines operate under those 4 tenets. And one of the things in this first year that we're doing, that we have done and moving forward, is creating an evaluation program because we want to ensure that those things are actually happening. So we are reaching out to the school. We work in partnership in conjunction with them, that before school begins, that they meet administrators, they meet faculty, they meet staff to clarify everyone is in agreement what their goals are. They introduce themselves in those first days of school to faculty and staff again, to the student body. And then as they are in the classroom, to give any type of presentation or anything like that, as time allows, to make that clear to kids, you know, about law enforcement. But they do operate in a really admirable fashion to be role models to kids in the school and to funnel them through the appropriate programs. The question that you did have about, I'd like for Brad Hertzer and Waylon Cubitt to come up to answer that other question.
Well, good morning, council members and City Manager Freeman. Yes, we did reduce the contract this year by one officer. That was really due to our budget constraints. We asked to reduce that number. The police department said that that was really the number that they had to have in order to cover all the schools. We do require that they have an officer in each one of our designated middle school and high schools on a daily basis. So to cover that, that was the number that we agreed upon, was 17, which was a reduction of 1. We had some of our schools that had 2 officers at each site, some of our larger schools, Northwest Classen and US Grant, and so we reduced that number to 1 per site, and then we backfill with our own officers in those situations. So.
I should have introduced to Brad Herzer. He's Assistant Superintendent.
Assistant Superintendent of Talent
Oklahoma City.
Management, Safety, Security, Risk Management, and Health.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And if you don't mind, I would like to hear from Mr. Cubitt.
Yep. Waylon's our Director of Security.
Good morning.
Good morning. Director of Security, Mr. Cubitt. I know, as you have heard, even before you took this role, our quest was to ensure that we were able to reduce in a way for safety as well with our school resource officers. So just curious to know what new procedures from the school district's aspect are being implemented in order for our students to also interact with the officers that will be placed in the schools.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, everybody. The engagement guidelines are very, very key. Like Andrea said, we worked really, really hard on those engagement guidelines. The police department had to work directly with me to produce those guidelines, and we worked tirelessly on getting those out. And to keep in mind, all of the programs and the resources that the police department used for youth engagement and youth outreach, I was a part of in the origin. That's the Police Athletic League and PAL and truancy and those things. And so I didn't leave the ingenuity, and I didn't leave the heart for kids and leave the heart for citizens community behind when I came to the school district. So when we created those guidelines, that is the heart in which those guidelines was created. Students first, safety first, relationships first. And so as my role as the security director, there's a lot of stuff we have to do for physical security, locks and doors and access control and cameras and all that kind of stuff. But the basis and the fundamental part of our security plan at the Oklahoma City Public Schools is relationships, because all of those things will fail. Eventually somebody's going to prop a door. Eventually a camera's going to go out. A lock is going to fail, or a door is going to fail. Something is going to fail. Access control wire won't work or something. When a kid comes to an officer and says, I don't feel safe and this is the reason why, or this is not racist and this is the reason why, we're winning, because those things mechanically will fail, relationships don't. And so the fundamental part of those guidelines, the fundamental part of our entire security posture in keeping our kids safe is the relationship between the trusted adult and the law enforcement officer in that school. And so I really wish you had the opportunity to watch these officers engage with students on a daily basis. I can tell you from a real practical point that recently we know we've dealt with a lot of social media threats, false information being spread. I cannot imagine having to deal with the magnitude of those threats without our SROs in the schools and helping us identify what's real and what's not real in their school, and identifying the players, whether these were students at their schools, whether there's relationships at their schools, screen names and nicknames, that would be almost impossible to do if our SROs were not in the school daily with real relationships with those students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cupid.
Thank you.
I appreciate everything you do.
As you all know, I teach at Oklahoma City University, English and film. I yesterday grabbed lunch with one of the professors who is in charge of teaching teachers how to teach. Literally has created a program to work with our emergency certified teachers. And she gave me some data, and I'd like for parents to hear this. Did you all know that this is, by the way, according to the Oklahoma Association of Colleges for Teacher Education, I have data. Did you all know that in 2013, 2014, according to this data, we had 189 emergency teaching certifications, 189. Did you know that in 2022, 2023, you have 4,574? Did you know that? Let me bring that good. I see some former principals, school board members nodding their head. I want to make that clearer. That means no matter where you're sending your kids to school in the school system, public education school system, that were once in 2012, 2013, you know, around when Sandy Hook happened, that back then you had in this state 189 emergency certifications. We have issued today 4,574. That means that you have teachers right now who have not gone through the process in college of learning how to teach your children. Let me bring that down to earth. Former Governor Mary Fallin told us that from birth to third grade, a child learns to read, and then from third grade onward, they read to learn. If you do not have in your classrooms teachers who have the skill set to teach the foundational skill of how to read, then you then have students in your classes who are going to act disruptively because they are behind in education. And that's where you start seeing the, quote, problems in your schools. Let me go further. We also know that in 2013 and 14, at the college level, 108 adjunct, which means part-time, no benefits, working at multiple universities and community colleges all across not just the metro, but often the state, to try and cobble together an income of around $24,000 a year. Those are your adjuncts, and no benefits. And they have to go find work during the summer. That's why they're often your baristas and your servers, okay? Adjuncts were 108. Did you know today, 2,400 of your college professors who are teaching your children are adjunct part-time and having to cobble together a salary across multiple higher education institutions? Do you understand what I am saying to you? So even if you're one of the parents who has a strong middle-class salary and you can afford to send your kids to a tutor to make sure they have the support system they need for mathematics, science, and reading, you are preparing your child, you think, to go to one of the elite colleges. Maybe it's OCU where I teach, maybe it's Columbia. But did you know that even with all of what you have done to prepare your child for success, Their professors are most likely part-time. Do you understand what I am saying to you? The system is broken. It is a broken system. That's why we had a walkout. That's why we had a walkout. The kids who are misbehaving in your classroom were not born bad. They are the product of traumas in the home and in their neighborhoods. It is as old as Plato and Aristotle. It is an illusion that having, and I'm so sorry to say this, but I will say it so long as I am in this seat, because I think our kids' lives are on the line. Their futures are on the line. And I'm going to advocate for them and their lives. There is a pathway to what makes you a mass shooter, and that pathway tends to be consistent to the kids who are actually hurting other kids in class and disrupting the learning process. What is that pathway? I will now quote from a Politico article where they interviewed two professors, backgrounds in criminology, who also have children. So they have a stake beyond just academia. Quote, there is a risk of parental suicides, extreme bullying. Then you see the build toward hopelessness, despair, isolation, self-loathing, oftentimes rejection from peers. That turns into a really identifiable crisis point where they're acting differently. Sometimes they've had previous suicide attempts. And then what does this do? That is where it's different than a traditional suicide. It turns into a self-hate that turns against a group. They start asking themselves, whose fault is this? Is it a racial group or women or a religious group, or is it my classmates? And then that hate turns outward. It's also a quest for fame and notoriety. You could prevent this, Oklahoma City. You can prevent this. This same research says all we would have to do, and I really applaud Councilman Stone and Stonecipher for working with me and Mayor Holt, and Todd knows this is a big deal to me. But on our legislative committee, we have been advocating for this next policy, the solution here. The solution is not police officers. The solution is, in an ideal world, 500,000 across the country psychologists would be employed in schools around the country. And if you assume a modest salary of $70,000 a year, that amounts to $35 billion in funding. That's what we need to be doing. When I hear that a police officer is there as a school resource officer, my first question as an English teacher who cares about language is the resource part. What resources are we connecting them to? Oftentimes, the resources we need to be connecting them to is mental health. Cut out the middle person and hire the mental health professionals and get them in the classrooms. Everything else is an illusion. And the idea of having a police officer in there with a gun, is you're missing the research. The research says that these are mass shootings, but they're a suicide attempt. They want an officer to shoot them. That is the plan. That is the plan. And it's not just the mass shooters, it's the gang members, it's the disruptive ones, because they have learned that the moment they shoot, whether they killed or not, the moment they shoot, CNN's gonna publish their face. MSNBC's gonna publish their face. The local news, and now they're famous. I hope someone in this crowd is hearing what I'm saying. Too often the council members don't, and we just keep doing this over and over again. And so I asked my students to watch the vice presidential debate, specifically the gun violence portion. And I said, which of these two men, which policies do you support? I won't say who, let me tell you what they said. The students said. They said they are tired of their schools becoming forts. They are tired of us putting metal detectors, of which there are none to come into this city council chamber, But for these kids to go into their middle schools, Jefferson Middle School, where I taught for OKCPS, those kids have to walk through every single day, 5 days a week, as if they are going to prison, a metal detector. People go into their bags. What does that do to your psychological state? Well, let me tell you, these students says it makes them hurt. It hurts their mental health. The school itself becomes a fort and it hurts their mental health. We're contributing to the crisis of mental health in this state. They're already experiencing childhood traumas and we are doubling down on it. That's what's happening. And I know that makes some of y'all real uncomfortable for me to speak at length on this, but I ran on this. I ran to protect our children better, to make sure they have a pathway to greatness, not a pathway to destruction and despair. I will never support this, and nor should anyone up here.
Well, I've got to say, I support it. And, you know, talking about SROs, I remember growing up as a kid with SROs in high school. And I didn't become best friends with them, but guess what I figured out? That, guess what? Our police are humans too. And when you talk about the safety of our kids, when you talk about the things they're having to do to just get in school, I agree with you, it's a problem. It's a problem because we're having to do that to try and keep them safe from additional trauma. So it's the lesser of two evils. But I appreciate, I've talked to principals in the Oklahoma City Public School District that were hugely upset when they lost their SROs. They weren't just concerned for their kids, they were concerned from the parents, excuse me, not the parents, the teachers, from some of the issues that arose from parents. I'll put it that way. So I disagree with you on that. I totally respect what you're saying, and it's a hugely complex problem.
Yeah.
But I fully support our SROs.
Well, and Councilman, that's what I've always appreciated about you on this. You are hearing me, and I really appreciate that. Can I ask a follow-up? And if you don't want to answer it right now, that's fine. And I said this to Andrea and to the chief last week when we were meeting on this. I actually do not have a problem with the police officer being in the school. We had Coach Esau out at Jefferson. Those kids loved him because he was out there coaching their football team. So they built a really strong relationship. So I know these anecdotes that you all are saying are absolutely true. There's Lee, who's over at Northwest classing. Those kids loved him, talk about Zelda. Like, yeah, these relationships work and often can set the kid on a pathway to becoming law enforcement and changes some misperceptions. So I agree. Do they need a gun? Does the officer need a gun in the school is my question. I don't think they do, especially I think the risk of the person who wants to die by a gun to get the fame and the notoriety. It's what Kendrick Lamar, the rapper, but the one in front of the gun lives forever, right? It's a fame, it's a notoriety. They die out in the streets. They like that. I don't know. Do you like my rap?
Oh, I'm ready to answer. You want me to answer?
No. Do you think they need the gun in the school?
And I do, for one reason. Our police have a role where they are not allowed to walk away, okay? No matter how bad that situation is that they walk into, that we put them into, right? They can't walk away and go, whew, this is a tough situation. I think I'll just leave for an hour and hopefully it'll calm down a little bit, then maybe I'll come back, right? They're there, they have to take control of that situation. That's their role in society. That's what we ask them to do. So we give them the equipment to hopefully maintain their own safety. We want them to be able to go home to their family too at night. So yes, I think so.
I appreciate that response. I see it differently. I think and this is just, I'm glad, thank you for that answer. I think that the officer is inadvertently putting that child and the kids in the school in more danger because the person who wants to die, wants that cop to shoot them. That's going to further traumatize the students. I actually think, going back to your earlier conversation with the chief and the fire department, I think that's the moment, if this is like truly like a very dangerous situation, that's where you call in for the backup. But having the officer there with that gun, and I even think calling for backup with armed folk is a dangerous thing. We have passed, as you know, less lethal. There are officers using less lethal devices. And I think that having something like that could go a lot further in terms of keeping the child safe than the gun. So I guess I'm saying that, again, I think having officers there to help create pathways to law enforcement, that makes sense. Building community makes sense. But I think that having the less lethal options like we've seen at the real-time police training, I think that would probably go a bit further. So I actually appreciate you engaging me in this, Todd.
I mean, I think we're going to just agree to disagree. Okay. But they do have less lethal, thank you, devices on them as well. But anyway, I appreciate everything y'all do and trying to make sure that our students stay safe.
Hearing no other comments from council, we have one citizen signed up to speak. Michael Washington, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, wonderful. Sorry. Wow. Whoa. Now, that's all I can say. You know what? I don't really have time like everybody else. I have to kind of piece all my conversations together. But since Columbine high school shooting in 1999, the year 2022 saw more school shootings, 46, than any other time in our nation. As a matter of fact, since that Columbine shooting in 1999, 3,338 students in the United States have experienced some gun violence at school at some point in time, which is very frightening to me. Our kids today are experiencing a very violent outcome. The schools have become virtual war zones now. Something that you would expect to see on the streets in gangs or what have you, or maybe in the military in Istanbul or somewhere. But in our institutions of learning, that's why with this issue here, the jury is out on my end. Not for or against this contractual agreement, but let me say the security and safety of our children is uppermost. In all of our eyes, I believe that. So what is right, what is wrong should not be the point here. My agreeing or disagreeing with you should not be the point here. But what essentially should be the point is, how do we protect our children from violence? Now, let me say this one thing as well. A little young kid the other day was able to bring a weapon from school, from home to school. Resource officers, police officers, somebody can and did avert that situation. And again, to have both elements, entities, in the school at one time seemed like a great point to me, because this gentleman may miss something where I don't, or I may miss something where he doesn't. Weapons in school? Again, the jury's out on that. I don't think just because one child, in retrospect what you're saying, one child being threatened by possibly suicide because he wants the officer to kill him, I don't think he speaks for the general overall majority of the school. These kids need to know that they will be safe.
30 seconds, please.
And as a matter of fact, that's a plot. Amy, you did that. Not me, sorry. But I just want to say, I just had to speak on that because safety of my children is uppermost in our schools. And if I could, I would do what I could necessary to protect these children. Again, 4.6 million children live in homes where at least one gun is kept. I think that's where a lot of our problems should end and begin. I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Councilwoman Hammond, you had called this one out for a separate vote. Okay. We appear to be having some technical difficulties this morning. A motion and a second. We'll do maybe? And let's just,
It looks like it's taking it just real slow. There you go.
so everybody's screen's working now.
My screen is not working, so I will vote aye, please.
Thank you. And the item passes. We can move on now. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain. And thank you to Oklahoma City Public Schools for your cooperation and collaboration on this effort. We can now move to the remainder of the consent docket. If someone would like to make a motion and technology would work. And that passes. We'll move on now to item 10, the concurrent docket, where we can take items A through O with one vote. All right, and that passes. We'll move on now to item 11, items for individual consideration. Item A is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. PC 10943, rezoning 2103 South Missouri Avenue. Councilmember Stone,
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak on this item?
just the applicant, if
Okay.
you need him.
I don't think we're going to need the applicant on this one.
Okay.
I think we're good. This is for a medium industrial area that's highly industrial, recommended by staff unanimously by the Planning Commission, so I will move for its approval.
And the item passes. Moving on to item B, an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. PUD 2009 rezoning 2014 Southwestern Avenue. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, this is rezoning from R1 to a handful of mixed uses, I would say, as an extension of the Wheeler District, so I will move for approval.
Yes, not showing up.
And the item passes. Moving on to item C, an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval. PUD 2024 rezoning 11,001 North Coltrane Road. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, the purpose of this application is for a two-family residential use and development, and I don't see any protests, and it helps that the developer lives close to the development. So I will move for this approval.
A motion and a second. Votes. And the item passes. Next up is item 11D. It's got two parts to it. Number one, an amendment to the master design statement, and then number two, ordinance on final hearing for PUD 2025. Councilwoman Nice, we've got a few folks signed up to speak. If you'll take it in whatever order you'd prefer.
Okay, I do want to hear from those that signed up to speak, but I do want first for the representative for the applicant to come forward and explain what some of the amendments are that are part of the master design statement before we hear from those who have signed up to speak, and go from there.
Yeah, good morning. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant who's also here with us, as well as Mark Grubbs, who's the civil engineer for this project. This is an application that actually came before the council many months ago by way of a different developer. At the time of that development, it was anticipated that we would have kind of broadly commercial development along the frontage and then a specific type of residential product in the back. That developer was unable to close on the property, and so a new developer stepped in. And when he first contacted me, I told him I think we should first go meet with the neighbors. There was a lot of dialogue that happened in the first go-around with the neighbors, and it was probably important that we sit down with the neighbors to explain why they're now going to receive a second set of notices on the same property that we had just gone through. So what we did was we had a neighborhood meeting before we ever filed the PUD. We explained that it's still residential, but it's a different form of residential. The residential now would be an attached single-family type of development compared to a traditional single-family. Had that meeting, frankly thought it went fairly well. We then moved forward to Planning Commission. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this, but we committed at the time of planning to have another meeting. That meeting occurred, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, on a Thursday, and there were additional concessions that they asked us for even after receiving the approval from Planning Commission, almost all of which we agreed to. A lot of the concerns deal with drainage and flooding, so we have committed that prior to moving forward, we will provide them with a copy of the drainage analysis that is required before we turn any dirt. We've committed to a specific plan application, so before we can build anything, we'll have to go back to Planning Commission to confirm that what it is we intend to build is compliant with all of the things in the PUD. At the outset, the original development plan had a 20-foot landscape buffer that went around these folks. I knew that that would be an important piece, and so even though this developer wasn't a part of those negotiations, he did commit to keeping that 20-foot landscape buffer. We have limited the height to 2-story. If you think about what R1 single family would allow, it would allow for 2.5-story and 35 feet. At the neighborhood meeting, there's a lot of discussion about wanting us to be further away. And the point we tried to make is, if you think about if this was just traditional single family, what you'd have is 50-foot wide lots, and then you'd have a 10-foot rear yard setback. And so you'd have home after home after home, 10 feet, and then a shared fence. What we think is a better scenario is a 20-foot landscape buffer. Our setback will probably end up being around 40 feet or so, and 2-story rather than the 2.5 that R1 would allow. So yes, it's a different style of residential, but we think it has more protections than what it would otherwise be if it were R1. There was also a lot of discussion about, well, the R4 bulk standards requires single story within the first 60 feet of the development where abutting R1. And although that is true, if you think about what that could be then, is perhaps you'd have single story within the first 60 feet, but you're not going to have a 20-foot landscape buffer. What oftentimes happens is that's where you would then put your parking lot. And so rather than 20 feet of landscaping, you have the parking lot of the single-story multifamily structure, and then you end up pushing all the higher, taller density further away. We think having the 2-story across the board with 20 feet of landscaping is a better scenario. The question was asked as to what more could we do. My client, as of this morning, is agreeing to reduce down the density by 6 additional units. So that would be an additional amendment that's not otherwise encapsulated in your staff report or on your agenda. But that is something that we're willing to do. In terms of the other modifications, all of these came from that neighborhood meeting. The changes have been made. They have been submitted to staff, but because it came after planning, it does require an additional amendment. You'll see on there, we have limited trash pickup times. We have concessions on sidewalks, And then we limit the building height to the 20 feet and 1 story in tract 2, which is a personal storage tract. We also came up with additional discussion points about fencing and where those would be. So all in all, again, we have continued to concede and negotiate on this. A lot of the concern stems from this was a horse farm. It was a lovely neighbor to have a horse farm next to you. The horse farm has gone out of business. It was shopped to all the horse folk in our community, and there wasn't a market for it. This is the second one of these types of developments that I've done, where once the original operator of the horse farm goes away, there's not a big market for it, and the land is then sold. So given that it's not going to be a horse operation, we think we've come up with appropriate limitations to ensure that this is a compatible development. Our density is 9.2 dwelling units per acre under the LUDA, under the comprehensive plan for this type of development. What is anticipated is a 15 to 30 dwelling unit per acre under the urban low intensity LUDA for multifamily type zoning. So all in all, staff recommended approval, planning commission recommended approval. We've continued to add modifications, and we would ask for your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. And I just want to point out again and reemphasize what Mr. Box said, that this happened, and you may remember this particular situation that came before us months ago. It was because half of this particular property was in Oklahoma City and the other half was in Edmond. So I don't remember if you all may remember that. My issue up front, not a problem with where we are now, but my issue with these types of applications is this is number 2 for me currently that I am at the table with to rezone based on a different owner as far as a PUD is concerned, and it's confusing for quite a few people, including myself, to understand how we get to where we are. So I appreciate all of the conversations with our neighbors, and I was at the initial meeting before this even went to the Planning Commission with our neighbors that live within this community to understand what some of our issues are and how we can get to a better way to move this zoning request forward if there is one. And also to the neighbors that I have spoken to, thank you for that communication. So I will ask that we hear from those residents who have signed up to speak and go from there.
We have Everin Page.
Hello, my name is Everin Page. I live at 14,000 Plymouth Crossing. I would like to start by thanking you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I would also like to thank Mr. Gravitt, who has made time to meet with us and our neighbors. I appreciate some of the considerations and concessions that he's made. Ultimately, these concessions do not address my largest concern, which is the proposed residential density. I believe that this density will increase traffic on an already busy street, which poses increased safety issues for middle school students who walk along the side of the road. I am also concerned that the proposed density will contribute to overcrowding at one of the largest elementary schools in Edmond, of which my daughter attends. In the zoning meeting on August 22nd, Mr. Pennington tried to tell me that the current proposal is better in terms of traffic. This is categorically false, as the current proposal more than doubles the number of units in the residential section. While I recognize that the Oklahoma City Council may not be concerned with the schools in Edmond, I would like to believe that you care about the safety of my children and the children of my neighbors walking along the side of the road to get to school. Because of the location of the middle school, there is more traffic on this street than might otherwise exist based on the residential properties along this road. It is also because of these concerns that I humbly ask the council to deny the application. Some of my other neighbors are here to speak today, and I would like to just say that I will support what they are saying as well. I also want to thank Councilwoman Nice for being present at that meeting. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick Bray.
Mayor Holt, members of the council, good morning. I'm Patrick Bray. I live at 14209 Middlebury Road, Wellington Park Edition, northeast Oklahoma City. My property directly abuts what would be Tract 1 in the PUD. When I moved to this house, I knew absolutely that the horse farm would not remain a horse farm. But I did have the assumption that when it was developed, it would be something compatible and in harmony with the surrounding area. And I don't think that this PUD does that. Mr. Box will tell you that 8 families living under a single roof is a single family house. I have trouble with that. Anyway, I have 2 main concerns. One is the density of the development. It was 9.2, I think is what the PUD says, units per acre in the PUD. It's about 9 after he reduces it a little bit. Wellington Park is 2.5 units per acre, so we're talking almost 4 times the density. I don't think that is either in harmony or compatible with the surrounding area. My second concern is the height of the structure and its setback from the R1 residential. You know, I know you know that Oklahoma City has a planning and zoning base code. And in table 6100.2, it says the maximum height for an R4 development that abuts or is even within 60 feet of an R1 zoning, the maximum height should be 1 story or 20 feet. I don't see why something that has served the city so well should be completely circumvented by submitting a PUD. So, I would have these suggestions. First, I think that if you would take Tract 1 and zone it all R2 for duplexes, then that would give you some buffer between the R1 and maybe some R4 somewhere, or the commercial, which is zoned along Bryant Avenue. Second suggestion would be to just to go back to what the base zoning is. If it's within 60 feet or abuts the R1, limit the height of the structure to 1 story or 20 feet. My third suggestion would be to increase the setback from, this would be my house, this would be the townhouse. Right now on this drawing, from my house, well, not from my house, from this fence, which is my yard, to the townhouse is 43 feet. I think under the PUD it could actually be less than that if you develop it. I would like to ask that the distance from my fence to this townhouse be increased to 60 feet. With my 25-foot backyard, that makes 85 feet from the back of my house to the back of the townhouse. If I look out the front of my house, it's about 100 feet from my front wall to the 2-story house across the street. I don't think we're asking for that much here, and I don't think it would kill his economics to add another, to make 60 feet from my backyard to the wall of the townhouse. So that's all I have. I appreciate your time and your service. I'll listen to questions if you have them.
Well, I'll say thank you, Mr. Bray. I did receive your email, and I have it in front of me, so I appreciate that. And then after we hear from the rest of the residents, I will ask Mr. Box to come up and address those things that you just asked about.
Okay.
Thank you.
After he addresses them, my address is?
We'll see.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. William Silk?
Good morning, Mayor, Councilwomen, Councilmen. I'm Bill Silk. I live at 13905 Plymouth Crossing for 29 years. I'm a retired architect, and I'm here representing Wellington Park Homeowners Association as a board member and as a homeowner. I'd like to pass out a graphic if I could. This graphic represents many of the issues that I'd like to speak to today. This PUD was filed on July 11th, but it was not made available to us until about August 2nd. We did not have a community meeting with the developer before August 22nd, when the hearing was held. Because the Planning Commission ignored the lack of a community meeting, because the Planning Commissioners did not discuss the protested items submitted to them, and because Ward 7 Commissioner did not return any phone calls regarding any of the protest letters before the commission hearing, Wellington Park decided to request a community meeting on September 26th. Several of our requested changes have been incorporated per your agenda today. However, several serious issues were not agreed to, and that's why I'd like to address them with you today. The consensus of our HOA is to ask for your vote to deny this PUD for 6 reasons. Reason number 1, Tract 1 is not single-family housing on a platted lot. It's not R4 housing on a platted lot. It's R10 housing. And why do I say that? Because the lots, the minimum lot sizes are 1/10 the size of the lots in Wellington Park. Reason number 2, R4 zoning setbacks are not being followed for multiple issues. R4 requires a 20-foot front yard. The Planning Commission reduced it to 5 feet. A 2-story R4 zoning requires a 60-foot distance to the R1 property line, not the 40 or 43 feet being proposed today. Reason number 3, at Tract 1, the 8-plex structures proposed will be anywhere from 160 to 200 feet long and up to 35 feet high. These structures occur 40 feet away from the property lines. Reason number 4, at Tract 2, the developer does not provide the landscaping required by the zoning regulations. He asked for and received a variance. Why? Every other developer on any project has landscape requirements. At Tract 2, because the setback requirements for C3 to R1 properties are violated, in other words, on Tract 2, there are setback variances that don't comply with the zoning ordinances. And reason number 6, the vote of the Planning Commission was not unanimous. There is no category in the Oklahoma City zoning ordinances that's exactly like this dense and intense project. It's not an R4 project, so its name has been changed to PUD. So what will this PUD be like? It will be like the Jamestown townhomes at 63rd and May Avenue, the Bricktown townhouses, the Hill District near I-235 in Walnut, or the Wheeler District on Southwestern. But all of those examples are near urban streets, streets with higher traffic counts, or highways. PUD 2025 is surrounded by single-family R1 homes and a FEMA flood zone. They need to build a half-mile road to even get to the nearest arterial. And that arterial sometimes floods. The impervious density and increased runoff created by changing this horse farm into a high-density project is going to be difficult to solve the runoff with the developer's budget. Civil engineers can only do so much magic. This PUD has an extremely limited amount of land that is not being built upon that would be expected to increase the stormwater runoff and hold it. A new retention facility on a tight budget? I don't think so. And development of the land west of Tract 1 will only exacerbate the stormwater runoff problem, and no one knows at this point what that would be. I appreciate you listening to my 6 reasons. Wellington Park requests you vote to deny this project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And Mr. Silk, thank you for your conversation that we've been able to have. I know one of those questions and requests was to lessen the development by 6, and they have agreed to that. Please let me know your thoughts from that ask.
The items that we have agreed to with the developer, we appreciate him incorporating those. Was that your question?
Yes, and in addition today, from our conversation this morning, they have agreed to lessen the development by 6 units.
6 units?
Yes. So just curious to know where we are with that.
If they will agree to provide the 60 feet at the perimeter by reducing 6 units, I'd be happy with that.
Okay.
But we want to see the 60-foot clear required by R4 zoning ordinances.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes the residents who signed up to speak.
So if I may, one of the individuals said the suggestion was make this a duplex development. The item right before this, which was also in your ward, was a duplex development on Coltrane. The density of that development was 10.4 units per acre. This product is less dense than that duplex development. So what we've tried to provide is a attached single family. This is not a traditional garden style apartment where you would expect to see densities pushing 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. This is less dense than most duplex projects that you see come before you. The drainage piece, the city will require us to do a drainage analysis. We have to provide that to Public Works. Only after they have reviewed it and approve of what we suggest will we be able to move forward with development of this parcel. We will have to show why we comply with city ordinance as well as state law. It's also worth noting that the city just passed a heightened drainage ordinance. That is what we will have to adhere to. And in terms of the 60-foot, I think there's confusion. R4 bulk standards do not require 60-foot setback. What it says is within the first 60 feet, it would be single story. What we're suggesting is rather than have single story within 60 feet and push higher buildings to the west, because then what happens is after 60 feet, there's really no height requirement. As long as you meet a bulk plate standard, you can go as high as you want. So what we're saying is we're going to limit it to 2 stories. And rather than have single story within 60 feet in our parking lot up against the property line, which is what R4 would allow, we're going to provide a 20-foot landscape buffer and then cap our height at less than what an R1 neighborhood would otherwise allow. We think that that is a better solution and an easier transition from the R1 neighborhood to this attached single-family neighborhood. We're happy to continue to work with the neighbors as we move forward. We've committed to providing them the drainage study. We've committed to a specific plan where it'll be heard at Planning Commission and another public hearing. I'm not sure what else this particular client can do. Councilman Stone, looked like you had a question.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
When you said less, you're talking taking it from 2.5 stories to 2 stories? Is that right?
Yes.
Are there any other questions? My concern in this development, I understand we have 2 tracks, is the track 1, and I know this is dense compared to what we had before us before. Are there examples of what the townhouses or those townhomes will look like as far as this is concerned?
So he's got a similar product that he's doing in Edmond, and we brought elevations to all of the neighborhood meetings. And if I could, I do want to correct the comment was made that we didn't meet with them before. We actually met on June 11th with Mr. Gravett. So June 11th is when we met to discuss the second rendition of this development. We didn't file the PUD until July 11th. So we met a full month before we filed the PUD, and then again met after Planning Commission. So we have met. We've brought elevations to all of the meetings we've had, showing them what it is he intends to build. But in terms of conceptually what it would look like, it's attached single family. You think of the hill, The hill is taller. I think those are 3-story units, but it's an inline single family where you would have walk up to each of them.
And I know there was also a conversation as far as sidewalks and being able to develop this, as far as this neighborhood is concerned with that connection. What are we doing in that?
So sidewalks are required. The request was that we not connect sidewalks with them, which we've agreed to. I'm not sure right-of-way even touches it, but sidewalks will be required on the arterial and throughout the development pursuant to city ordinances.
Okay. Mr. Bray, I see you. If you can make it brief.
30 seconds to a minute.
I can handle that.
Okay. This boils down to a very simple question, and that is whether this R4 development, budding an R1 development with structures that can be from 150 to 200 feet wide, 40 feet from the property line of an R1 development, is that compatible with the surrounding area, the surrounding zoning? And I don't think it is, and that's what it boils down to.
Can I ask, and maybe it's for Councilwoman, maybe, I'm not sure who wants to take a go at this, but I always struggle when I hear this compatibility argument because I, as you might know, live in the Paseo, which has 4plexes, duplexes, 8plexes, 1-story bungalows, 2-story, you know what I mean? Like, there's a harmony there, and I mean that word. There is a harmony in the housing, though the housing type varies. And when I heard earlier someone, I think it might have been you, say, I can't imagine that it's a single family living under, but I can, because that's literally the reality in the Paseo. We have families. Paseo's in your city. Paseo is the oldest commercial corridor neighborhood built outside of downtown, the oldest one. Same guy who designed Nakoma Park designed it, G.A. Nichols. So I don't understand. What I want to know is, I hear your concern about the buffer. I think creating harmony, that seemed to be where you and the person who's here with you seem to be the most concerned, is like, oh my, like this concern of the transition from this development into yours. Can you all not do something about that aspect of it? Like this, you're saying 20, but you wanted to extend it a little bit more? Is that not so doable?
To make it 60 feet from the R1 property line to the structure in the R4.
And I'll say, that's the difficulty as far as even for me to understand that part of even what you're saying for the concessions. And my question would be to Mr. Box, as we lessen the density by 6, how would that be incorporated as far as if there's a possibility for that buffer, or what that could look like in this particular development? Just curious.
So we don't know exactly what the final design will look like because we modified that this morning, but it wouldn't slide everything further away. What you'd end up losing is just 6 units spread somewhere throughout the development.
Okay. I know they didn't answer your question, but thoughts?
I mean, I think that word harmony really matters, and it seems like I don't want to put words in the mouth of the residents, but it seems like if there can be some sort of transition, and it seems like the amount of space is what is that your concern? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I think there needs to be some kind of transition between the R1 and an R4 development.
It's a bigger transition than what it would be required to be under the code.
I understand that. I'm also, I guess, asking you to take into consideration, like, you're hearing, though, from a resident say that they have this concern about, well, I'm in my backyard, and now if I heard your analogy earlier, you were saying that the space from your house to the next house on the other side of the street is about 100 feet. Yeah. And I think you're kind of saying, can I have something similar with this?
So
you see that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and so the example I gave, if we decided we're just going to zone this R1 single family, what you'd have is rather than a 20-foot buffer and then around 20 feet before you get to a 2-story structure, every 50 feet, you would have a 2.5-story home 10 feet off the property line. R1 only requires a 10-foot building line setback for a rear yard. So looking out the back, if we're talking about the built environment, it's going to be a 40 feet before you hit a structure with 20 feet of landscaping. In the event that it was single family, which I think is what they're saying, in their mind compatible means identical, you would have fence, 10 feet, 2.5-story structure. So, and then every 50 feet, another house.
But R1 does require 5,000 square foot minimum lot size, does it?
So what I'm saying is, if the concern is what does it feel like behind their backyard, this is a softer transition than if it were R1 single family.
I'll take my chances on the R1 single family.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bray. I appreciate that. Okay. My concern is still looking at that particular, and let me say this while we're on this subject, and this has nothing to do with this particular development, but this is about our approach to PUDs in development overall as far as our zoning applications. We have to find a way to define what townhomes look like, and not necessarily R4 or R2, but what do we drill down to say that's what this use is, instead of us being able to take a little here and explain it there, and still take a little here and add that here, and now we made up something brand new. That confuses everybody, in my opinion, as far as how we get to what the dwelling units per acre are supposed to technically be defined as. And I hope that makes sense to everyone here. Because this is something, again, that I'm facing in another development for my residents, because we had different developers come to the table and have a different vision. And when you have your neighbors who say yes to one thing and expect that thing, and now we're coming back a whole 6 months to a year later asking for something totally different, it is very frustrating and confusing in that process of how we define what use is for this in comparison to the use for that. So I just hope for our planning department that is something we will continue to look into as we are working through our zoning code update, and as well as how these PUDs and SPUDs are presented to our body, because of the fact, again, that there are concessions that can be made in both the PUD and the SPUD in relation to what we see presented before us today. So I know we're working through the lessening of those 8 units. Oh, sorry, 6 units. My bad. Although I'm sure they wouldn't mind 8. If you don't mind, can we just table this for a couple weeks? I want to be able to talk through this one more time. And I'm so sorry to have to do this to y'all, but I want to really drill down some of these other things in relation to this particular application, and get a couple more explanations from our planning department in relation to these particular uses and how we define them as well. So if you don't mind, for our council, and thank you to our residents that showed up today. I hope you understand my ask to do this is to look at it. And I again, Mr. Box, and to your applicant, I apologize, but please just give me a couple more weeks, and we will visit and continue to work through this, especially now with the fact of us being able to lessen that by 6, that possibility, and truly defining the 9.3 dwelling units. Now it would be less than 9.3 dwelling units per acre. And if there needs to be another amendment to the master design statement, we're able to do that and be done as far as this application request is concerned, whether we decide to approve or deny this application. But in 2 weeks, I will not ask for us to defer this again. So it will be a final decision in 2 weeks. But I will ask that we do that if the council will allow for that.
Okay, so we've got a motion to defer. I would think we would consider this applicable to both items D1 and D2, and this would be for 2 weeks. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. All right, 11E is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 2421 Southwest 112th from R1 to SPUD 1643. Councilman Hinkle, no one has signed up to speak.
This is a unique zoning thing. I think David Box is the one who did it, but we're allowing an ADU for a family member. So the neighbors protested, but took it back when they found out why. So I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second for item E. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11F is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 10807 Southwest 29th from PUD 1976 and AA to SPUD 1650. Councilwoman Peck, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing no protests at the Planning Commission, I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item G is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 3751 Southwest 15th from PUD 1417, SRODD and AE2 to SPUD 1658, SRODD and AE2. Councilwoman Peck, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if anybody's had an opportunity to look at the offering on this particular development, but it is right along our river. We had a presentation at the River Trust a week or so ago, had the opportunity to visit with the applicant. It's pretty cool. I'm super excited about it. Just wanted to say that. I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item H is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 17516 Northwestern from SPUD 1333 to SPUD 1660. Councilman Stonecipher, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you. Planning Commission recommended approval. There were no protests, so at this time I'd move to approve the item.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item I is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 2200 Northwest 12th and 1215 North Barnes from R2 to SPUD 1661. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed up to speak.
This is just rezoning to increase some density, so I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Ms. Dean, I vote yes.
Passes unanimously. Item J is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1912 Northwest 12th from R2 to SPD 1664. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, this was also to do some multifamily, and it was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Yes, Ms. Dina.
Passes unanimously. Item K is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1728 Northwest 13th from R2 to SPUD 1665. Councilwoman Hammond, known as sign to speak.
Yes, just some more increased density with a mix of single 2, 3, 4 family zoning, so I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Yes, Ms. Dina. I'm going to reboot my computer.
Passes unanimously. Item L is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, closing a portion of the east-west right-of-way of Northwest 4th, a portion of the north-south right-of-way of North Harvey, and a portion of the east-west alley in Block 47 of the Oklahoma City Original Edition Supplemental Plat. Councilwoman Hammond, known as sign to speak.
Yes, this is, as you mentioned, just closing some rights of way, and I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item M is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, closing a portion of a north-south alley in Block 15 of Nice Edition, a portion of the Linwood Boulevard right-of-way, and a portion of the North Klein Avenue right-of-way, generally west of Northwestern Avenue and north of Northwest 6th. Councilwoman Hammond, known as time to speak.
I will move for approval.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item N is an ordinance on final hearing. This is the cleanup ordinance on the fee updates. This is the third of 3 meetings on this topic. So it was already presented and already had a public hearing. If there's no other comments or questions, we could take up final consideration today. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item O, this is an ordinance proposal to be introduced today, set for public hearing October 22nd and final hearing on November 5th, relating to the general schedule of fees, and we have a presentation on this.
Yes, Vanessa Aguilar with the Utilities Department is going to introduce this item, give us some context to it, and then introduce our consultant on the regarding the rate increase, proposed rate increases for our water and wastewater utility.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Vanessa Aguilar with the Utilities Department. So with this agenda item, we have a presentation on the rate recommendation. On behalf of the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust, we provide water, wastewater, and trash collection services to Oklahoma City, as well as water and wastewater services to 18 surrounding communities, serving approximately 1.4 million people in central Oklahoma. Part of our mission is to support public safety, public health, safeguard the environment, and enable economic prosperity. The essential services we provide have enabled growth and development in central Oklahoma for the past century. Our capital improvement and investments over the next 10 years into infrastructure and water supply will continue to enable us to meet growth and system demands for central Oklahoma to 2060. Every 4 to 5 years, the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust engages experts to conduct studies of what's the updated cost of each of the 3 utility systems to provide service to our customers. The last study was conducted in 2020-2021. Since then, we've seen significant variance to the assumptions that we previously forecasted. Therefore, we've retained our experts, Raftellus Consultants, to do a midterm reevaluation of the cost to provide services by each of the 3 utilities. In this study, the consultants look at the cost by each customer class, and within each customer class, we look at how users are placing impact on our system. Therefore, we look at recovering peaking cost from users that place more of the impact on our system, which causes us to ensure that we have the capacity both at our plants and throughout the line distribution system to meet those peaking demands. Our low and average volume users that don't place as much of that peaking cost on our system benefit from lower utility bills, where we seek to recover more of those peaking costs, related costs from those high volume users. We strive to achieve the balance between affordability in our utility bills, but also striving to meet the sustainability in our system, where we're continuing to invest in the capital infrastructure and ensuring that we have a reliable system and that we have water supply for generations to come. Therefore, our goal with this study is to ensure that we have the revenue requirements to continue to meet the service levels and demand of our customers for the foreseeable future. This rate plan recommendation is a 5-year rate recommendation where we strive to keep the same rate structure, but just looking at updating the cost. With that, I have with me Terry Boveri with Raftellus Consultant, who's going to go through the presentation and provide you an overview of the drivers, sample bill impacts by various customer classes, as well as comparable bill surveys to different communities.
Thank you, Vanessa. Mayor, members of council, good morning. I have a brief presentation for you today. Just to advance this. Okay, thank you. Could advance the next slide. So as you all know and members of the public know, we've experienced some pretty significant inflation over the last several years since COVID and since the last time the engagement was done. I think Vanessa did a good job describing how a lot of this inflation has not been, was not originally factored into the original plan, and we want to talk a little bit about some of the specifics about inflation to the cost of the utility operations, as well as what are the consequences and the impacts associated with that. The chart to the top right that you see there shows the cumulative amount of inflation over the last several years, along with inflation to the construction producer price index. Now, one of the things that we know is that utilities have a different composition of cost than the consumer basket of goods commonly within the CPI, so we want to run you through a few other data points about drivers for inflation to the utility. One of those is electricity costs. We've seen over that same period of time to the current budget about an 85% increase in electricity costs, as well as chemical costs, 155%, and labor costs, about 37%. These are pretty substantial amounts of the total operating costs for the utilities. And in addition to that, I mentioned the capital costs. Well, interest rates on financing for the capital costs have also doubled. You can see here the total increases for a variety of these things that specifically affect utilities. So what are the consequences of this higher inflation? It translates to less cash flow available for capital reinvestment. So if we think about our revenues minus our operating costs, what's available for capital reinvestment is reduced. And so this is an important point that carries into our next slide here, which is where we're going to talk a little bit about the capital needs of the system. For you, what's being presented here in the table and the charts, proposed. Funded represents the capital spending that we've rate plan, and that's been adjusted for the amount of funding that's available, given that we've had this reduced cash flow from the higher inflation. That means that, you know, we aren't able to fund about $2.3 billion under the proposed plan. That's what is needed to fully fund the system, as Vanessa touched on earlier. I want to just make a few other points before we move on. You'll notice a pretty steep increase in spending from 2024 to 2025. This is related to financing challenges associated with the Atoka pipeline, which represents a generational water supply which would provide capacity through 2060. We have the funding identified in 2025, but the two bars you'll notice in the bottom right-hand chart provide an example between the amount of spending under the funded versus the proposed plan, and you'll notice that represents what we aren't able to fund versus the proposed plan, and you notice that those differentials, the differentials only increase over time. It's important to note that the proposed plan, over 90% of these projects are for reliability. So the adopted plan, and we don't fully fund these capital needs. Well, for one, they're not eliminated, these projects, they're simply deferred. Inflation to the capital costs and result in higher rates in future years for ratepayers, we believe. The other key point is it reduces resiliency and reliability if we can't move forward with these projects, and impacts the utility's ability to meet its level of service requirements and availability of water. So it could be the amount of infrastructure required to serve each customer on a per capita basis. More infrastructure have differences in the financial conditions among these utilities. Do we have subsidies from the general fund? Are they need to? Or are they on the precipice of some significant rate increases? And lastly, there could be other issues related to their ability to implement rate increases. If you have to take it to a vote, a referendum on the issuance of debt can limit your ability to issue debt, thereby executing your CIP and raising rates. These characteristics are sort of exemplified within this local fee comparison. We know that all of these utilities that we just and we fully expect that many of the utilities here, if not all of them, are going to be facing increases to their rates. We know that, as Vanessa mentioned, customers of the utility and purchase water from the utility. The increases that we'll be talking about later on about the wholesale suppliers will affect these entities, and we know that that's going to put more pressure just on the water side to their rates as they have to acquire more water supply from the utility over time. One point that I'll make about this slide and even the next is that the utility is in the middle of the pack, and that even with the proposed change, it doesn't change its relative position. So now, examining kind of more regionally, how do we look? You'll notice that we have a number of utilities to the left and a number of utilities to the right. So we spent a little bit of time researching, you know, what are some of the differences in the utility operations that might contribute to the variances in the rate. And so we'll pick on some of the more extreme examples in this comparison. City of Dallas. Aquoot has roughly 7,500 miles of line. This you know, to put in perspective, members of the public who may be following along, that allows you to travel 7,500 miles is. So substantial amount of capital investment in infrastructure to provide service within the community. Dallas has roughly 9,000 miles of line. The difference is that the city of Dallas has roughly 3 times the amount of finished water being sold to the system, providing for substantial amounts of economies of scale relative to where we're at. Substantially greater wholesale customer base than what we have here. Metrics contributing for the lower rates that you see here. Some of the other ones to the left may receive subsidies from general fund. We know of at least one based on a review of their audited financial statements. what could contribute to the rates being higher? We know that some identified are under consent decree. And, you know, the Utilities Trust here has worked and managed to stay out of consent decree and maintain through the strong management, not only from staff, but from the council and the trust and the leadership there. So I mentioned earlier, you know, we ran you through the residential impacts, how we compare there. Let's talk a little bit about commercial and then our solid waste rates and wholesale customers. So when we're looking at these water and sewer charges for commercial impacts, we notice that on average among the different types of businesses that we have, a roughly the same percentage increase. We know that our commercial customers tend to use more than our typical residential customers, and that's why you see the percentage increases slightly higher. But generally speaking, they're all consistent among these different impacts relative to what's adopted. We already presented the total impacts to the residential customers for the water, the sewer, and the solid waste on a combined basis. We want to provide a little bit more detail just to call out the solid waste operations. You'll notice here each year over year about 65 cents greater per month for the 1 to 2 cart service, and that to the water and sewer haven't been as significant as what we were seeing with the solid waste has not been as significant as what we were seeing with the water and sewer increases. So finally, before closing out, we just want to talk about that partnership with our wholesale customers. I mentioned earlier how Dallas has substantially more finished water and has a lower bill on that comparison. It's a true partnership that the utilities has with its wholesale providers. You know, Aqua has a substantial investment in water supply lines over 100 miles in one of the runs. These are effectively capital investments that represent, to the most part, a fixed cost. If we can spread those costs over more gallons of water sold, that helps lower the utility rates on a per unit basis for our residential customers. So there's a corresponding benefit that retail customers receive from the wholesale partnership that Aqua provides. Relative to the effects to the wholesale customer rates, you can see the chart at the bottom right. In the near term, about an 8% increase, dropping down to about 5.5% per year over this 5-year plan. The prior plan averaged about 5%, the current plan at about 7%. So just to conclude, want to highlight a few key points. We mentioned the inflation that had an effect where, since the last study, we're about 15% higher on our operating costs than what we had previously forecasted. Our capital needs are greater. We had to incur higher interest costs because of the higher interest rates that we've seen. And if we take no action, the effect is that under the current plan, we would have to defer close to $2.3 billion in funding relative to the proposed plan. This all relates back to the reliability and the resiliency of the utility. The proposed plan, just to kind of remind you, assumes that we're going to phase these increases over multiple years for the benefit of the ratepayers, that it's seeking to maintain the existing rate structure for the benefit of the low-volume users, that the costs are proportional, and that they follow the same cost of service. And finally, that this proposed plan will achieve all of the policy objectives for the utility. And with that, we'd like to open up for any questions you may have at this time.
I just have a couple from hearing that. And first, thank you for the presentation. And I want to reemphasize my gratitude to Ms. Vanessa for bringing this conversation to our town hall that we have for Ward 7. It gained slow claps because clearly people learned that we were increasing their utilities. So my question, as we look at that comparison chart, my first one, as far as how those particular cities run in comparison to Oklahoma as a state, with us using sales tax dollars for that revenue in ways we are able to use our general fund. My question of, I heard subsidies of general fund. Which cities do we know of that that happened to, where they were able to use that? And also, as far as us as our city, what could that look like? And I asked that because I had one of my neighbors in one of my neighborhood association areas call me as they were assisting to help one of their residents with their water bill. So we're experiencing, extreme things that are happening already for residents. And now we're about to look at a proposed increase. And those things, while we say they are very minimal, they are not to your average customer, depending on their circumstances. So just curious, as we look at those things, what those dynamics look like as well. And I know we looked at the lowest, but I'm curious as far as those hires that we're looking at for possibly like St. Louis, which is a comparable city to Oklahoma City, and even Tulsa, as we look at where they are with their comparison.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. In this comparison that you see before you, through a review of the audited financial statements, we know of at least Fort Worth that received a transfer from the general fund for the fiscal year 2023. We could explore in greater detail to see over the last several years, let's say, what have other utilities received transfers. As far as the transfers that could be made to Aqua, it's a separate trust, and I would probably have to defer to staff to better answer your question.
I can take that, just that
Thank you.
the reality of us moving money out of the general fund to Aqua to help offset would be things, we'd have to do less in the general fund. It would take away funding from streets or parks, public works, from our other functions in the general fund that we support with the tax dollars. It would have to take away from those things. We'd have to do less of something else to be able to support that.
Yeah, and I think I think we all understand, and it is an unfortunate thing to have to be here today, making this presentation for higher rates, given that it's impacting everyone. But the Utilities Trust is set up as an enterprise fund, and we're tasked with developing these financial plans to ensure that, as Vanessa mentioned, that the utilities can fully recover the cost of service. Because if we can't do that, then we're going to enter into challenges related to the resiliency and reliability of the system. And so it has to be operated as business, and that sometimes means that we have to come back and make these requests.
And thank you for that. And I guess my follow-up, and this is not really pertaining to you, but this is for our city to look at, is, and I know we had mentioned this in one of our briefings that we had, is how we continue to educate and make available those resources in relation to our customers when it comes to those hardships that may arise now because of a new circumstance. And again, not to say this is going to happen to everybody, but it's going to happen because it's already happening. So being able to have that opportunity of what that looks like, I hope we will continue to have that conversation as well.
Councilmember, we have a couple of programs. One is we have a partnership with the Salvation Army. And when somebody calls in and says, hey, I'm having a problem with my bill, or we contact them because they're behind on their bill, we can line them up with the Salvation Army, and our ratepayers actually contribute money, a roundup program to the Salvation Army where we can help them with their water bill. In addition to that, we have programs where we can put them on a payment plan to help flatten out those peaks in the summertime, those kinds of things. And then finally, we had the LIWOP federally funded money that came into all utilities across the U.S. to help people pay their water bill, and we're campaigning hard to continue that program through Congress. So there are a number of opportunities to help people who are struggling a bit to pay their water bills so that we don't have to go turn them off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the question on the table today is just introduction, and then a public hearing on October 22nd and a final hearing on November 5th. So we could take a motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item P is the second of 3 meetings on a consolidation of building code boards. This is just a public hearing. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
They have not, so we'll close that public hearing. Item Q is the second of 3 meetings on a stormwater fee. And Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
They have not, and so we'll close that public hearing and move to item R1. This is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not.
They have not, so we'll advance to the resolution at R2 declaring that the structures are dilapidated. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11S1 is a public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
Not, so
Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to ask that we defer item M, as in Mary,
okay.
for 2 weeks.
All right. Item M, 813 Northeast 35th Street. The motion is to defer that for 2 weeks. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item is deferred. Okay, now we'll advance to the resolution found at S2 declaring that the remaining structures are unsecured. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, T1 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed. Councilwoman Nice, I presume you'd like to defer item I?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's take a motion on that. We have a motion and a second to defer item 11T1I. Cast your votes. Didn't get me there. There we go. All right, passes unanimously. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak on the public hearing at T1?
No, they haven't.
They have not, so we'll advance to the resolution at T2 declaring that the buildings are abandoned. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item U is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust certifying that Project Telephone, a proposed feature film, is an eligible project and approving an allocation not to exceed $128,020. And I think we have a presentation and Vice Mayor Peck presiding.
Good morning, council members. I'm Jill Simpson, Oklahoma City Film and Creative Industries Office, and I'm bringing you a rebate application for Project Codename Telephone. It's a small, independent feature film, supernatural thriller. I just, as I've been sitting here, have new dates, revised dates. They're starting January 27th, and filming will be for 30 days. The producer has connections to Oklahoma City. He has spent his career in advertising and marketing and wants to venture into film. He wants to bring us a slate of projects, so this hopefully is the first of several in the $4 million range, which is something we're really excited about. That's a good way to keep our crew working and the industry growing. They'll be based at Filmmakers Ranch, which is in Oklahoma City. They're utilizing soundstage space and post-production services there. 94% of the crew is Oklahoma City based. Anticipated expenditures, goods and services within city limits, crew within a 7-county region is a little over $2.7 million. They are pre-qualified, or I'm working to pre-qualify them at the 5% level, which means their expenditures meet the $1,000 mark. And they're filming at least 50% of their days in Oklahoma City. Again, their hub will be at Filmmakers Ranch, and they're pre-qualified for the state rebate. For the rebate is $128,020. Their estimated number of local Oklahoma City metro area hires is 67. Number of working days, man days, when you take the number of crew times the 30 days, 7 days. Again, 94% of Oklahoma City residents will be their crew and support services. Qualifying income labor is a little over $2 million. Shooting schedule 22 days is on the soundstage, which is really a good thing. 94% of crew are local, 100% of vendors will be locals, and tech talent will be our film editors, composers, colorists, and engineers. This contains information once we run the application through the economic impact modeler. The total local economic impact will be $6.2 million for this project. Jobs supported, direct and indirect, 343. Labor income, roughly $813,000. So total qualifying expenditures is a little over $2.5 million. Taxable income from those expenditures are $235,423, and below the line salary and per diem, almost $1.2 million, and above the line salary is capped at 25% of the total spend, so that's just a little under $700,000. And that brings us to that 5% amount of $128,020. Does anybody have any questions?
Thanks, Jill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And we can take a motion on the item. And the item passes. Item 11B, a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust, is an allocation to the city in the amount not to exceed $4.7 million and some change for TIF 8. And we've got a presentation from Scott Fairman.
Scott Fairman, our Assistant Parks Director, will give us a presentation on this allocation and project that is south of Scissortail Park.
Good morning, Council. I'm excited to be here to present this to you this morning. So Wiley Post Park North. So they're pictured, you can see Scissortail there in the blue, Lower Scissortail yellow, Manuel Perez there outlined in red to give you some context there. So Wiley Post Park in the green is the park that we're talking about today. And specifically the north shore of the park on the north side of the river. So we have Robinson to the east and Walker to the west. And also adjacent to the south with the bike lane and a trail that's slated for construction as well. And so this is really two projects kind of come to one at this site. You're all aware of the USS Oklahoma City park organization that's come and asked the city last year to enter into an MOU to place this site here. It was about a 5-year process for them to find a site, and we're really excited that they chose Wiley Post Park to do that. So the main feature of the memorial, again, this is the memorial portion of the project, is going to be the sail and dive planes of the USS Oklahoma City. Architecture or some other pieces that they're looking to bring in, and also the Flag Plaza. Again, here's kind of the scale of that sail and dive planes there. And really what this gives you a good picture of here is kind of the plaza intent of the space. So there's intention to have various, ceremonies and celebrations here. National holidays, Navy days, celebrations around those types of activities. Again, some more imagery of some of the elements that could be there. Cannon, the USS Oklahoma City organization is really looking to bring in a lot of elements to display here at this site. Again, another is a propeller, or I think they call it a screw, but really what the imagery here really shows is the interpretive walls that this facility will have that's going to speak to the sailors that were on this ship, and also the missions and various things, the history of the boat itself. Imagery of what could be if they can get some of these other elements in, but the real thing that we wanted to demonstrate here was the location of that. This is looking south from Harvey, and so it's a very dramatic statement, and really puts an exclamation point on the core-to-shore, kind of park system. This is different and unique than what we see at Scissortail and what we see across the river at South Wiley Post Park, even with its fairly new improvements there. And again, just kind of an oversight imagery here, but this the black granite that you see there that represents, it's about the size of a football field. It'd be really grand. But again, it's that plaza and that place to connect. But also the trail system runs right through this space. And so there's going to be an interaction of passive and active use, putting a lot of eyes on it, putting a lot of attention, really giving it the demonstration that it deserves. So these are more of the park elements that's looking to be introduced. This is a rendering of the river overlooks. Again, activating the river in a way that in our park system. And so some of this other imagery is some play equipment and plaza spaces, but you'll notice it's definitely not a traditional design, and I think this will be unique and bring a lot of interest and attention to the space as well. Again, another vision of the overlook with some passive use there, but again, the trail runs right through this space, and so a lot of activity, a lot of interest, a lot of activation to the waterfront. This is an illustration of a playground that's slated to be constructed underneath the Robinson Bridge, which is a very unique opportunity to activate some space that's typically not activated. It's shaded, which is great in the summertime. It provides some cover. It really is a unique opportunity, and we've seen this be successful in other cities around the U.S., and we're excited to have an opportunity to do something like that here. Again, just some other renderings. Again, you can see this is very non-traditional looking equipment. It provides a lot of opportunity for people of all abilities and social interactions and opportunities for additional art and other cultural improvements. This is imagery of an amphitheater that's planned to be at the park. Obviously, this could host concerts and outdoor festivities, and again, just intentionally activating the waterfront more than we've had an opportunity to in this type of park setting before. Here you can kind of see it's a tiered lawn type activity, and the unique thing about this amphitheater at this park, it really complements the memorial in its location, and so therefore if they're having activities at the memorial that might outgrow that plaza space, or they want to have 2 or 3 different things happening, this is going to complement that very well. And some additional renderings of non-traditional play elements. You can see these are kind of earthen mounds and social spaces within those. So it really will be unique in our park system as far as the play equipment interaction with the park. This is it's kind of a combination of the original master plan for the park with our first rendition of implementing the USS Oklahoma City into that. It's since changed, and so the ship is obviously closer to Southwest 15th Street now and centered on Harvey, like I'd mentioned, providing a really dramatic view of that, which you'll also see from Robinson as well. So it's a really unique opportunity to combine the two projects into one space and make it a real jewel in the park system. So the project budget here, you can see, so currently ARPA funds can pay for the base bid of the project. Beyond that is what the TIF request is for the memorial and for some alternates to do some of those additional elements that I've shown you. With that, I'll take any questions.
I'd just like to say this is a great day for parks and for the citizens of Oklahoma. Nikki and I were lucky enough to go to the decommissioning and what? Bradley too. Oh, Bradley too, I forgot. Sorry, Bradley. Thank you. And what did he say?
I said I would never forget him.
He's unforgiving.
At any rate, I never knew what a decommissioning would be like, and I thought maybe there'd be 20, 30, 40 people there. There were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of past sailors that sailed on this submarine. And as I talked to them over and over, one of the really neat things about the submarine is that the galley and the restaurant compartment was called Cattleman's. And a lot of these sailors over and over told me they come to Oklahoma City to see the city and learn about the city, but they also always go to Cattleman's. So this is a great day. This work started, Debbie, 7, 8, 9 years ago. The one thing I've learned about parks, like I said, it takes a long time to create a park. So everybody should be very proud of this. Thank you.
And I'll reemphasize, for my first decommissioning and understanding the importance of this type of ship that had been in service at least 30 years. And I think there's a uniqueness to this, to the point of what him bringing up Miss Debbie, is her relationship with all of those captains and the many folks that came through to continue to establish that relationship with Oklahoma City that weren't from Oklahoma City, but were on USS Oklahoma City. So I think those things are extremely important. So I think there should be a naming of something, just putting that in somebody's ear, of a lovely lady who kept in contact with those folks. But I say that also in the lens of us being able to really do some good things with this approach, as far as the ability to use the diversity in ways that we can, of including all of those service members that we know have, one, been a part of USS Oklahoma City, but even looking at what some of those naming possibilities could be for past veterans that may have served on any ship that were a part of the fabric of Oklahoma, especially, you know, when we think of Tinker Air Force Base and them having that Navy component at the base. There is, you know, so many different relationships that can come of this. So I guess besides that, my question, and I did see that it was answered more so in the breakdown of the funding, is how our state can be a participant in the tourism aspect and being able to, you know, put some money up, if you will, to look at how these things can be supported, especially for this particular park opportunity. And I'll leave with this comment. Last semester, this was a part of our assignment, was the neighborhood and this area. And to the surprise of a lot of us, most of the students in the class in different projects use that particular area for a park. And I don't think any of them, clearly these plans hadn't been developed in that way yet. So it sounds as if this is something that a lot of folks, especially those in the planning world as far as students are concerned, also envision something such as this. So I would say this is a beautiful way to honor those who have served, and I have family members who served in the Navy, so this is very near and dear to me to see how this is implemented within our city.
And I'd just like to echo all the council members' kind comments. Thank you to Debbie Martin and everyone that's been involved in bringing this forward. Like Councilwoman Nice, I have family members that were in the Navy or in the Seabees, and so, to have the boat come back to Oklahoma City and parts of it to be here to be recognized, and the submariners, we may never know all the stories that this boat could tell about all of the efforts that it went to protect our nation and our world. And so we just want to appreciate those sailors through the process. So thanks for the presentation. It was excellent.
Can I just ask, would you mind putting back on the screen the funding breakdown, please? Great. So I see that there's alternatives here, and some of the aspects that I'm particularly intrigued with, you mentioned the Robinson Bridge underplaza and play space, and I'm very excited about that, but that's an alternative here?
That's correct.
And so I guess my question is, I guess we're hoping that should the bids come in lower, that then we would be able to add alternatives 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct?
The funding that's being requested here, we anticipate covering all of those alternatives.
So you do?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because, normally when there's the alternatives, right? Okay, because I think those are some really unique infrastructure things, and I didn't want them to fall by the wayside there, so thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
You can make a motion on the resolution. Or, yeah. Mhm. And the item passes unanimously. Moving on, next is item W, resolution approving amendments to the City of Oklahoma City Housing Programs Policies for Loan and Grant Programs funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And I understand that Mr. Todd Smith with planning.
Yes. Todd Smith, Federal Program Manager for Planning, will just give us a quick update on the changes that are proposed here.
Thank you, Council. My name is Todd Smith, obviously Federal Programs Manager for the Housing and Community Development Department. We've, from time to time, when federal regulations, state and city regulations change, we have to update our policies to be in line with those. And so a lot of the updates that we're doing there is to align with those rules and regulations there. And we also took this opportunity to take a look at this, take a fresh look at this with new eyes. And so what we did is we moved a lot of things that were redundant in language so that there's not confusion to anybody there. And we moved that all into what we call our home chapter of the first chapter of the policies there, and it's our general regulations. And that those will touch all the other programs that we go about. And so it shortened a little bit of those chapters, but it also, what it does is it follows a life cycle of an application. So it starts from when somebody applies to all the way to the program's completion. So it kind of uses that logic there as well. With that logic, we brought in the contractor regulations as well. And so a lot of those regulations, we looked at those again to make sure that we were in compliance with all the different regulations that are there. We added some things that were kind of missing from those, like discrimination requirements that they have to abide by, equal opportunity employment. We also added a component with evaluation component for our citizens, for our homeowners that we service, that if they evaluate that contractor poorly, where it gives us the ability to debar them. And so obviously we wanted to make sure that we're doing a service to our citizens there. So, and then also we added a, we've had issues in the past where contractors won't honor their warranty period. So we made that another criteria for debarment as well. So the other thing is that the state regulations changed the retainage that we can hold back on a contract was like 2.5% from 5% that we normally do. And at that point, it was very administratively burdened for our staff and for our finance staff to continue to do that. So we've removed that. We removed that regulation. We don't have to go up to that 2.5%. We just removed it. So that will also, with looking back, if somebody doesn't, we always held that money back for make sure warranty work was getting done. And since it was kind of a limited amount of money there, we just kind of felt like it was, and also we put in that compliance with you had to do your warranty work. And if you don't, then you're not going to be able to work for us. So the other thing we did is we increased program maximums limits. Labor, materials have skyrocketed, and materials have come down from when I first came on, but labor has actually kind of continued to go up as inflation has went up. So for our exterior home repair program, we've increased it from $23,000 to $24,000, and keeping us in compliance with some of the other regulations that don't get triggered with that. And also with our whole house program and general repayment program, we've increased our lead-based paint grant that we give to our homeowners there from $15,000 to $20,000. And then the rehab loan and grant program that we have there, the deferred loan program, we went from $42,000 up to $60,000. So a general repayment or a whole house program could potentially get up to $80,000 for that. So, which we felt like there's a lot of projects we weren't going to be able to do to get them up to a minimum property standards to follow into some of those regulations. So the other thing we did was we updated our homeownership partnership program. And we haven't done this program in quite some time, but it's an opportunity program for us to build or rehab some homes that come our way through the city. And but we wanted to align that program more with our down payment assistance program to help our homeowners and help homeownership take place there. So, and that's kind of more, it aligns more with that program. It's not so much of an application, it's a free market. So the other thing we also had to do this year as well is put some policies around our environmental things, such as lead-based paint that we address, we inspect and mitigate those. Radon gas, and then also the noise pollution that we sometimes see in our city as well. So then also we, last couple things in our appendixes, we changed the amount of stipend that we give for if we have to relocate items or even a homeowner during a rehab project. So we have an updated stipend list for that. So it's more aligns with what current moving companies charge. So we did that research for that. And then lastly is the new, what's called the new Inspire standard from HUD. And this is a new property standard and inspection protocol that we'll start using this year. So then that's added as well. Some things like that is like smoke detectors are on a 10-year lithium battery as opposed to a 9-volt battery. Some of our senior citizens that would have to get up on a ladder or on a chair to try to replace that battery takes that burden away from them. So it's kind of nice. And then the other thing is about combustible appliances, making sure they're not in confined spaces. So that's pretty much all of those things. Take any questions if you have any.
Just curious, just you talking about that made me think of, as far as those fire alarms or fire smoke detectors are concerned, us being able to, if we have not established a good relationship with the fire department, for them to just automatically come and do that and replace those smoke detectors? Just curious if we have and how that works.
Yeah, we get a federal grant for that, so it's part of our scope of work, and to align with them would be just something that would be an additional thing for us. We could definitely reach out to Chief Kelly and talk to him more about that. That would be a good opportunity.
Okay, thank you. My second question, I understand the increase as far as some of the funding for different parts of this program that we're working on, depending on the program. Does that decrease the number of folks that we can serve by increasing the funding for that? Just curious.
Yeah, so typically it will, obviously, yes, there's only a certain amount of the pot that we have and more that we cut. I think that what we're trying to do as well with the contractor changes that we're making, we're wanting to do multiple contractors on projects instead of just one general contractor using. That hopefully will bring us some savings that we can then do more with, but give a better quality product as well, so.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, as we look at the general program requirements, I was looking at this a little earlier. Is this HUD standard as far as the applicant providing the income data, 2 consecutive months of bank statements and 2 months of current pay for 80% AMI?
Yes, that's their requirement. We do a 1040 method that we have to validate off of that, so.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I have a follow-up question regarding the warranty coverage at the conclusion of the project. So we've taken the retainage away as an option for the city to leverage. So what are we going to be able to do when the contractor can't or does not perform on their warranty obligations that first year?
Yeah, so if that does happen, we will work with, typically we work with other agencies and other partnerships to help us with those things. If that does happen, obviously that contractor, and we will always work with our legal team here because they did sign a contract, and we will hold them to those things. And obviously, those whatever deficiencies there were, that typically comes through a complaint process to us, and we have documentation that verifies that the warranty work is not being completed. Then we would be able to draw suit at that point from a contractor if we need to. If not, at the point, then we will still be working with agencies as much as we possibly can.
I'll just continue to express my concern over having no leverage really over the contractor, because it's been my experience that with the city, unless that dollar value associated with the warranty service hits a threshold that we can't endure, we're just going to settle and handle it. And so I'm just going to express that concern out there. I wonder if there's not another way to navigate that through some kind of a home warranty third party that the contractor could be required to provide. Just some food for thought.
And typically, we're talking like $10,000 contracts that would be going out to the different people. The max, not the max, but typically you're talking like a $10,000 contract. And at 2.5%, and the state says we can only charge 2.5%. And so that's like $250. I don't know who's going to hold their warranty for $250.
I think that was the challenge, and so what we would do is like what Todd's describing, is we make sure the work gets done, whether it's the contractor or not. If we need to, we will pursue, a lawsuit with them, but also to make sure that we don't contract with them further. So it's like there are ramifications from it, and there's ways that we have to make sure that the property owner is cared for, but then to hold the contractor accountable. It's just such small amounts that the amount we are holding probably wouldn't have finished the work.
Right. In the first place. Okay, thank you.
Start at home. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
So we can take a motion on the resolution. And the item passes. Moving on to item X, claims recommended for approval. Let's see. Take a motion. And the item passes. We'll move on now to item 7, comments from council, Ward 2.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to acknowledge what a successful Asian night market we were able to host in Ward 2 on Friday and Saturday. And I had the honor on Saturday evening from 6:15 to about 9:30 of serving as one of the evening's 3 MCs. And I got there just in time to be able to be the one to introduce the ever so popular fashion show, which was just, I don't know, it was incredible to be backstage and watch them at such close range, just these beautiful pieces of clothing from all across the Asian continent. The Taste of Lao food truck line was endless. I mean, it was just people just waiting that whole time. Hung Viet, which was where they had all these different, like the dragon costumes and these sorts of lion. This went on for quite some time, and it brought folks from Georgia, Nebraska, Kentucky, and Kansas who participated on that stage and actually took the lion and these things out into the crowd. And you could just see the kids, just their faces just lighting up with this sort of stuff. And as I reminded everyone that night, I was like, we have people coming to our city to celebrate with us because we are the 20th largest city, 6th fastest growing. And when I said that from that stage, the crowd seemed to like, wait, what? We're what? And then it's like, yeah, let's act like it, right? So let's give these people a loud city, welcome on the stage. And the crowd just went for it. So, we have so many different folk from Laos to Vietnam who call the district home, and it was just incredible to see so many thousands of people there. And that is all I have to say. Let's just thank you for that opportunity to host that.
Thank you. Ward 5.
I'm probably talking to the 3 people on YouTube that are still watching, but my real life, I have the opportunity to be all over the city all the time. We maintain all the city's transit shelters and benches and stuff, and I consider myself quite a foodie. So if you're ever lost somewhere in Ward 8, I can call me. I'll tell you where you can find a mom and pop to eat at. And what brought this on was Councilwoman Nice's conversation last week or 2 weeks ago about the unfortunate closing of the East Side Pizza Parlor. I follow Dave Cathy and Greg Horton and their food blogs, and I'm also friends with a whole lot of restaurateurs. And there's been 35 restaurants in Oklahoma City that have closed since the first of the year, sadly enough. And where I'm going with this is community support. I don't know if anybody's ever been to Geronimo's down on South Martin Luther King, about 17th or 18th, but they got the best hamburgers in town. And I'm telling you, write it down. The hot dogs are good. If you've had Miss Demetra's meatloaf or smothered pork chops at the kitchen, you're missing out. But we invest these dollars. I mean, the East Point got $1.3 million in TIF, and then the East Side Pizza Parlor got $60,000 in ARPA funding and still failed because the community wasn't there to support it. And it goes across the board for my favorite, Grill on the Hill. It closed down 2 weeks ago. Yes, Grill on the Hill shut its doors. They paid into the bid district in Capitol Hill, and because of lack of community support, it closed down. So I guess what I'm getting at is next time you and your family load up in the car and decide on Taco Bell, don't. Decide on the mom and pop, because they're the ones supporting your kid's baseball team, and they're the one in your PTA, and they're the ones in your neighborhood. So I'll get off that soapbox and do some praising. I attended the Asian Lunar Festival in Châtenay 2 Saturdays ago, and it was a phenomenal event, probably 800-900 people. and I think it coincided with your festival as well. I also attended the festival in your ward, the Law 25, Fiesta, yeah. It was a wonderful event as well. Tons and tons of people in the parades and whatnot. So it's good to see our citizens show up, but we need to show up a lot of places. And I'll leave it with this. I'm recently in the Volunteer Citizens Fire Academy, which has been a really neat deal, but in doing my ride-alongs with the fire department, I've got to visit quite a few of the fire stations, and I was at Fire Station 16, which is at 66th between Shields and I-35, and standing outside the fire station on a warm, sunny day with a fireman who had a curly-Q mustache. He told me about the deficiencies along 66th Street, so I called Councilman Stone, and we called Debbie Miller with Public Works, and within 2 or 3 days, we had the crosswalks repainted in front of the fire station. We got OG&E to semi-commit to new street lights up and down through there. Todd's been working on getting a sidewalk for all those kids that walk to Webster Middle School every day through grass up to their neck. And they went above and beyond and went to 66th and Shields and repainted the whole intersection there, the whole crosswalk there. So, you know, life safety is a big deal, and I got to give kudos to traffic and public works for getting right on that, because they were on that within a few days. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Ward 6? Ward 7?
Thank you. I want to mention, as we heard about Geronimo's, yes, they do have the best burgers in town, but the hot dogs are spectacular if you haven't tried them, with the chili and the cheese and the jalapenos to go on top. And I just want to reemphasize, I think it's very important, yes, to support, but we just had a presentation about water increase. So it's hard for folks to support in the way that we want them to when they can't afford to make those decisions. And that's why I had emphasized in that last meeting about how our city can help us to ensure that these places have what they need. And you know, ARPA funding, yes, it's needed, but we have to work on better ways to support our local businesses and how they can operate and work and be employers of our residents within our city at the same time. So I am hoping we can continue to look at that, what that looks like, and to better support the ways that our residents can support these particular places as well. And with that, I do want to compliment the East End Commercial District on Friday. We were able to unveil their banners that they have for the district. This is a very large step for this part of this community as far as the banners are concerned. And so kudos to East End Commercial District members, our Northeast OKC Renaissance, as well as OKC Black Chamber for their hard work and efforts to get us to a place where we can even call this part of our community the East End Commercial District. So it's a long time coming, and I know the efforts to create a commercial district happened long before I became a person in this capacity to serve. So I'm talking about 90s and beyond for them to look at how this could take place, and now is the right time. Although COVID slowed it down a little bit, we are here, so very grateful for the work that all three of those organizations were able to do to get us here. I wanted to also send my thoughts and prayers to the family of one of our Millwood students who was unfortunately killed in an accidental shooting, Tyler Taffy. And I hope those who are listening understand the importance, if you are a gun owner, to ensure that you have a lock on your guns. It's very important for us to prevent unnecessary injuries and or deaths when we have those in our homes. And I know our police department is willing to help provide with those gun locks if you need them, to make sure our young people can continue the ways that they live within our city. And we heard someone mention about the fact that someone brought one to a school loaded. So that again speaks to the importance of the gun locks and being able to utilize that system of protecting ourselves as well as our young people that live or visit homes that may have those guns. At Langston, I just wanted to shout out Langston University homecoming next weekend. Since we won't have council meeting, Lions, please support if you can, our only HBCU in Oklahoma. And this is a great time for their support and for the scholarship gala that they have within the community too. And as we talk about the things that are happening within our city, I did want to acknowledge what happened and took place this weekend in Bricktown, because that was a weekend of very unfortunate events within our community. And I speak again about the necessity of being able to have those gun locks in the home, whether they be for teenagers or younger people. But also, as I said in the interviews that I did have, the importance of, we have worked through the lighting study. We have worked through the ways that we can get that taken care of for Lower Bricktown. Now it's time for action. And I know we are a local government of, you know, things happen. It's a slow trajectory in some aspects of how we get those things done. But in my opinion, what happened this weekend speaks to the necessity and the prioritization of the lighting in Lower Bricktown, and for us to ensure that this happens, because clearly this happened outside of curfew time, and the kids knew where to go to take care of whatever whatever they did, and then people getting shot. Also with the stabbing that happened as well. So that's too much. I think we can all agree that's too much for one weekend, and I am grateful that our Bricktown division is working with the Bricktown district to look at these things closer. But we as a city, we have to respond immediately to the lighting and the visibility of people feeling safe within this part of our community. So. Mr. City Manager, I know we have worked on that, but now is the time for us to look at that and start getting that taken care of. And I desperately ask that we do that as soon as possible. And I just wanted to commend Councilperson Cooper for his visitation on Flashpoint. I saw you, my friend. And I'm proud of you. So great job representing for our city as well as for introducing your new venture of the book. So I want to see it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 8.
You know, I recently attended a conference of mayors and city council, and one of the hot topics was water, not only the adequacy of the amount of water for a city, but also the cost. And you look at what's going on here in Oklahoma City with our water utilities department, and they've been faced with 300% cost increases for the chemicals necessary to purify and provide us good, safe, clean drinking water. But I think one thing that when we talked about water today, I hope everybody got this, our water utilities department is doing an outstanding job. They are currently building a 72-inch pipeline that will provide adequate water for our kids and grandkids through 2060, and that's really important. But I also want to give them a shout out. On October 1st, the Oklahoma City Utilities Department of Water, the conservation program, with a project called Squeeze Every Drop, has been honored with the prestigious WaterSense Excellence in Education and Outreach Award. This is a national award. We should be very proud of this. I want to thank Chris Browning and his staff. Great job, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comments from council. Next up will be citizens to be heard. First up is going to be Mr. Steve Hunt. Mr. Hunt, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you all for having me up here. I had hoped that His August Majesty Holt would be here, but I'm sure he's off speaking with Apollo Capital or some nice group. A couple things I'd like to say before I get going. I want to give a big shout out to my friends in the People's Council for Justice Reform, Sharice Baker, Connie Johnson, Sean Cummings, Mark Falk, Nanette Cummings, Sarah Bainham, Melissa Gray, Justin Sprouse. Tomorrow, Turnkey will be exiting the deadliest jail in America from the pressure that our group has put on them over the past several years. I think all you know that Oklahoma County has become the deadliest jail in America, and a lot of that has to do with Turnkey medical mismanagement of the facility. They've been scraping a large amount of money off the top. Eccles was making like $700,000 of the $7.2 million that goes to that jail. And them leaving is a big part of the house of cards that's going to start falling. Tomorrow they exit. Also want to give a shout out to my friend Russell Pace for his 14 years on the MAPS board. Russell told me that he wanted to still be on, wanted to leave in late October, but when he called Mayor Holt said, your resignation is effective immediately. And that just shows the state of people that dissent in our city, or our community, as you like to say. What I wanted to say to Mayor Holt is that on July 2nd, he appeared at the Murrah Bombing Memorial on a panel discussing the importance of engaging with others. And it was very offensive to me to exploit the suffering of the families and the martyrdom of the 168. Stephen Evans, who put the event together, told me that he had alerted the authorities that I was going to be there. Luckily, I was there with Sean Cummings and David Glover. But to think that someone like myself, who was there when the bombing occurred, who was there in Vegas when the shooting occurred, also experienced the murder of my rave promoter in Dallas, that I could be equated with those sorts of folks that do those things. I was here the other day to bring a flyer of the event that I'm a part of. Gretchen Morgensen of NBC News is going to be here next week speaking at Full Circle Books on the predatory private equity firms that have taken over senior living facilities.
30 seconds remaining.
City Manager Freeman, your uncle lives at the Ellison at Statesman, which is where a lot of the souls that were kicked out of Fountains of Canterbury went, which was another predatory entity. Welltower bought that with the express intent of building a rental home neighborhood, which they did. Rep Nice, I know we conversed about them being kicked out. I got the Freedom of Information request that you were alerted. I don't know if you ever said anything, but people certainly died as a result of that. And a lot of those folks are at Ellison at Statesman now, which has been purchased by Apollo Capital. These people are supported by the decaying systems of power in our city that James wants to alleviate the school shooting problems. I think Turnkey is a result of Clay Bennett, who you've received 3 max donations from.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Hunt.
also,
That's your time.
if I could just 10
No.
more seconds.
No, sir.
I
Thank
think,
you.
Okay, well.
We're beyond time now. Thank you.
Okay.
Next up will be, is that Mayor Wolbier? Am I saying Wolbier? Mark, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mark Wolbier. I live at 8101 Northwest 129th Place. I'm here today because I grew up in 2 cities, Oklahoma City and Houston, Texas. I spent summers up here. My grandparents lived up here. And I went back for my high school reunion in October to Houston, and Houston has become an unlivable, mega expensive hellhole. And I don't want to see Oklahoma City go down the same path that Houston has done, and many other cities in Texas as well. I was at a speech by the Lieutenant Governor recently, and he said we have current major inflow of people from Texas coming into Oklahoma, and it used to be the reverse. Well, the reason they're coming here is because Texas has many of the major cities are just like Houston. Their property taxes have just gone through the roof. The inflation has increased the value of homes to the point where if you even own your business, the property on which your business sits or your house sits, you're paying an enormous amount of property tax to the point where it's become a land lease. And you're basically leasing your property from the county or the school district or whoever your taxing authorities are. And I spent summers here in Oklahoma City, and I love the place. Bottom line is, I don't want to see it. Turn into the same unlivable, massively expensive, uncomfortable place that Houston, San Antonio, Austin,
30
and
seconds
whatnot have
remaining.
turned into. I've seen residential areas in Oklahoma City where they tear down single-family homes and they're putting up great big ugly buildings that have a lot more tax value to the taxing authorities than the original structures. I've seen homes torn down in residential neighborhoods. 2 or 3 homes are put up on the same lot and sold for very, very high prices. What this does, and I will shut up in just a second, is it,
Mr. Wilbur, I'm sorry, we're at time.
well, it increases the tax valuation
Thank
of the
you for
homes
your
around
time,
it,
sir.
and it increases the expense of living in that neighborhood.
Next up is
Thanks for listening.
Victoria Pelham.
This has been an interesting morning. I've never been to a city council meeting. I have an issue. Our issue is I've tried all the proper channels that we know of, so I'm coming here to find out what do we do next. We had a new business move into the neighborhood 2 weeks ago. Now I don't get to go to sleep till 2, 3, 4 in the morning. We've called, the Action Center, the police department. What are the next steps for citizens to do? What should we do? We're like, if a normal person reads the noise ordinances, it looks like they should be shut down or the volume turned down, something be done. But 2 weeks and nothing's been done. So that's why I'm coming to you guys to find out what do normal citizens do? What's the next step?
Let me get some of our staff to just visit with you afterwards, just so we get the exact information, make sure we've got, if you filed with Action Center, we'll probably have the information, but we can just confirm that and see what the options are and make sure we're explaining to you what the issues would be or what our challenges would be to be able to enforce that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And with that, that's our final, so we are adjourned. Thank you.